Twitter said it would never sell to Elon Musk, and then he produced the cash, and they're like, all right, we'll sell. Yes, I guess they found that edit button after all. It's actually kind of a historic moment. This is the first time anyone at Twitter has changed their mind about anything. Well done. I feel like Twitter was always going to sell to Elon, though, right? They just couldn't be too eager about it. You know, it's like a husband and a wife where it's like, I am not going to that wedding. Forget it. It's not going to happen. And then 3 months later, it's like, how does my bow tie look? How does it? Do you think it looks good? Do you think it does? I honestly don't know why Elon would want to own Twitter, right? It just doesn't seem like a fun place to supervise right now. You know, it's like buying Jurassic Park after the power went down and the cages are opened. Yeah, you're going to spend a lot of time replacing Jeep windshields. That's all I'm saying. But the truth is, look, in many ways, this is a really smart move by Elon Musk, because wealthy men know the value in owning publishing platforms. Yeah, it's why Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post. It's why Rupert Murdoch bought the Wall Street Journal. It's why Confucius owns those fortune cookies. Yeah. Yeah, because you see, then he knows that none of us will play his lucky numbers in the lotto. That's genius. So you see, by buying Twitter, Elon Musk gets to own one of the most culturally influential publishing platforms in the world. I mean, remember this, think about it. Twitter is how the Arab Spring took off, right? Black Lives Matter blew up on Twitter. The Me Too movement started on Twitter. Trump used Twitter to turn himself from a reality show joke into the 45th president of the United States and a joke. So owning Twitter gives you more power than the drugstore employee with the key to the deodorant shelf. Yeah. Yeah, you want to smell fresh, you best not piss off Curtis. Don't play around. I'll shut you down, walk around smelling musty. So here's the thing. Look, whether you are for Elon Musk or against him, you've got to admit, it is pretty crazy that one man is now in control of all of that. Because before this, Jack Dorsey didn't own Twitter. A lot of people think he did. No, he had 2% of the shares. And even as CEO, he still had to answer to the board. And the board still had to answer to the shareholders. And Twitter itself still had to answer to the SEC. But now as a private company, it's just Elon Musk. Yeah, everything that happens on Twitter from now on is up to him. And also whatever strain his weed guy gives him that day. I'm just saying, if he gets the wrong sativa, there could be a race war, people. Prepare yourselves. Like, this is the thing. Whether it's a billionaire you like or a billionaire you hate, as a society, I think we should spend more time interrogating how easy it is for billionaires to shape our world in their favor.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Your brother Shamar with Ancient Watchmen. What's going on? Welcome to the live. This is Friday night Miami, and yeah, tonight we're gonna really talk about whether or not the flood happened. Right? Was it a localized flood or was it like a worldwide flood? You know, and what does the science says? What about the history that predates the science? Right? What about the ancient records of the ancient Sumerians, the ancient Akkadians, the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Japanese, the ancient Norse, right? All those ancient manuscripts that predate the Bible for like at least 3,000, 4,000 years, in which they speak about, you know, a worldwide catastrophe that basically destroyed all the civilizations on the planet back in those days. Now, this is the type of history that you're not going to be taught in the school system. This is the type of history that is going to be hidden away from the public because of the status quo. But welcome to the live. Yeah, that's we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the real story of the flood, right? Because when you guys read in the book of Genesis, in the Bible, in the Torah, right? Pretty much the entire Christian world, right? And all the Judeo-Christian community all over the world, whether it be Lutheran, Catholic, um, Seventh-day Adventist, Jehovah Witness, right? They all subscribe to the same creation story, right? But a lot of the people that believe, because I used to be one of them, right? I used to be a Christian. I used to be a very devoted Christian. As a matter of fact, I was part of the worship team way back in the day, right? And we did tours around, like, around the cities to another states to play in, like, youth groups and stuff. And so I was exposed to that, so I understand Christianity completely. I understand people that are Catholics because I grew up in Catholicism. I understand shamanism because I grew up with a woman. My grandma was a shaman. She was a healer. So I understand all those aspects. So the Christian story about the flood and how the flood happened, and then all of a sudden Noah basically built an ark, and then he put like every single animals in pairs into the ark. Now, there's like a lot of debate on that. A lot of people say that, yeah, it was possible that he was able to basically put in the ark, you know, millions of species of animals, from insects to birds to amphibians to mammals, and the like, right? All types of animals. So is it feasible that Noah was able to fit like all these animals into the ark, or was it talking about something else? So we're gonna dive into that as well. So it's only after 7,000 BC when the ocean levels finally began stabilizing. Human life once more began to return to normal. Coastal sites no longer had to be abandoned for high ground, at least for the most part, in between 6,000 BC and 5,000 BC. Once more, this is when we begin to see like human activity, human settlements close to the ocean, right? So the question is it a coincidence that we began to see settlements going back to 5 to 6,000 years ago, right? That's the question. Because then, if that's the case, what happened? What happened prior to that? How come we were able to only record civilization going back to 5,000 years, but prior to that there was something else? There was like some sort of destruction. That's basically what it's saying. Um, Yeah, so and so that's why you have like many civilizations on the planet, many groups of people and tribes and civilizations speaking about a worldwide event that basically shook the foundations of every single civilization, uh, you know, pre-Adamine times. And so this is where we begin to like dive into the mystery and the mystical. That's basically how it's categorized. But that's the wrong category, because at the end of the day, that was the true story of the ancient people, of the ancient times, right? We're talking about 4,000 to 6,000 years ago. That was like the ancient ones back then. They understood that something worldwide took place. And so we're gonna dive into maybe like the Greek mythology, and we're gonna dive into maybe the Hindu mythology, and we're gonna jump around, and I'm gonna show you like the similarities of all the stories, right? The oral stories and oral traditions from from all civilizations on the planet that speak about a flood. So my point in bringing this out is to make you guys understand, or to make you guys see that what you guys read in the Bible is not the complete story. That was just a plagiarized story that the Hebrew Israelites took upon themselves when they were in Egypt. Yeah, you guys remember in the slavery that took place in Egypt for 400 years. Uh, and so while the Hebrews were there, like the Shemitic Hebrew Israelites that migrated from the land of Canaan into the land of Egypt during the there was a drought. There was a drought in the land of Canaan and all around the remnant of the rest of the countries around Israel. And so the only place that was like surviving and thriving was Egypt. So a lot of the Shemitic Hebrew Israelites, a lot of Shemitic tribes, and even a lot of Canaanites went into the land of Egypt and dwelled with the rest of the Hamites, right, with the Mitzrayim people. And that's basically where you have these later on when the Israelites stayed because of Joseph. Yeah, because Joseph became like second in command pre Ramesses II, right? And so Joseph was like second in command, and so a lot of the Israelites that were left behind, like from the bloodlines of Jacob and the Shemites there, they came to Egypt to dwell with Joseph. And so the Egyptians they didn't want to deal with the Shemites, so they're separated themselves from the Hamites, from the Egyptians, and they basically chose like the land of Goshen, right, which is basically the most fertile land in Egypt back in those days, according to the story, right? And so that's why we see like Hebrew Israelites basically taking up on the customs of the Egyptians, right? I brought that out a while ago. I hope you guys remember that, right? But welcome to the live, everybody. Welcome to the live. We're just getting started. I'm just kind of like I'm gonna set the foundation, and then we're gonna dive deep. Okay, we're gonna dive deep. Well, not that deep. It's just information. Like information's information. At the end of the day, you guys are gonna be able to do the research as well. You guys have fingers. You guys can read. I hope you guys can read. You guys can listen to audio, video, books, and whatnot, right? So when I bring stuff up, I don't expect you guys to take my word for it. You guys are very capable of doing your own research. So, but I try to do my best to bring out sources that are reliable, and that are empirical proven, not just some theory or like some conspiracy nonsense and stuff. Because there's conspiracies out there, and there's like conspiracies that are happening right now. They are truthful. You know what I'm saying? But let me see what. Okay, hold on. All right, everybody. Cool. Hey, welcome to everybody. Natsari Yahoo. Peace out, brother. Peace out, oh sis. Nazarene seeing faith is. That's cool. Welcome to live. Shalom, everybody. Welcome to live. Good night. Hope you guys are having a great Friday night. Yeah, the winter's here, man. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, yeah, just been enjoying the winter and still meditating, and I've been doing a lot of inner work this past summer, the fall, and now the winter's coming up, and it's pretty wild. But things are changing a lot, in the aspects of society. The things that are going on, like we just saw Elon Musk bought like what is it? He bought Twitter. You know what that means? So it's like he even Twitter like not too long ago, like 2 days ago, he was like, if I get killed, whatever, I didn't kill myself. I didn't commit suicide. And the reason why he was saying that is because now he holds a very powerful tool in which he can shape the entire planet at a collective level, because like you guys said, everybody knows Twitter, right? Everybody's there. Like very influential individuals are there. And so imagine, like, the freedom of speech is, because a lot of people were blocked. A lot of people got taken down. Donald Trump was one of them, Kanye West, and some other people. So now that Elon Musk bought it, like he began to like fire a lot of like top like top executives that used to work for Twitter, when they started blocking everybody, and they try to silence people that were speaking the truth against the pandemic. You guys know what I'm talking about? So a lot of people's accounts were taken down, and they were silenced. Because why? I mean, why are you guys afraid to like of words, right? What are words? You know what I'm saying? Especially the words that are backed up by truth, right? By facts and the information that it is verifiable. So, anyways, going back to what we're talking about, right? The Israelites learned Hamitic customs even when they were in Egypt, and I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you in a minute. I brought this out a while ago, but I'm gonna bring it out because I think it kind of connects with what we're gonna talk about in a minute. Yeah, man, this is one of my favorite books. All right. All right, so you guys know that I always talk about this book pretty much all the time, and it's called The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Menli Piho. And you guys know who Menli Piho was. He was a high-level Mason, 33 degrees, I think. So you guys know that these guys have like ancient books and information that is not even available to the public. But a lot of this information, some of it is put in this book. There's like memoirs and there's like other journals that are very private, but they're not in public though. You know what I'm saying? They keep it for themselves because there's other stuff that is pretty crazy to like be put out here in books. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like the same thing that the Catholic Church did way back in the day when they basically began to edit the Bible. Since the Council of Nicaea, the Church Fathers, down to the Council of Constantinople, right? 300 years. So imagine them taking 300 years to highly revise and edit the Bible. So imagine the stuff that was taken away or out, and the books that were hidden away. Um, even the books that existed and the scrolls, the ancient scrolls that existed in Alexandria, the Library of Alexandria, right, in Egypt. You guys remember the one that was burned up? But anyway, so it's the same thing with the Menli Piho with this book. There is this book right here, and it's deep. It goes in detail in so many aspects at a metaphysical levels, but like the memoirs and the journals of Menli Piho and some other people, they like dive deeper than these right here. But anyway, so check this out. Uh, so I was saying that the Shemitic Hebrew Israelites, when they lived in Egypt, they learned a lot of the customs of the Egyptians, right? Why? Because I mean, imagine you living in a civilization for 400 years, right? So I'm gonna give you an example, right? So you have uh you have first generation Hispanics, right, and second generation Hispanics living in this country, right? So imagine like a first generation Hispanic comes into this country and begins to immerse himself into the culture of this place, like the United States of America, and the ideology of this place, right? How long do you think it takes that person to like adapt himself or herself into the ideology, the culture, the pop culture and whatever the like of whatever place you go to, right? It doesn't take that long. That's the point. It doesn't take 20 years. It doesn't take 10, 5 years. It takes what, 1, 2, 3, 4 years, right? According to the statistics. So so the Israelites were in Egypt 400 years, bro. We're talking about 4 centuries living in Egypt. So imagine a lot of the stuff that were acquired by the Shemites that live in Egypt. One other great example is like Joseph. When Joseph was discovered by his 11 brothers that came to buy grains in Egypt, they couldn't recognize him. Why? Because he looked like an Egyptian in the sense that he was wearing a shendit. A shendit is basically like a skirt. It looks like a skirt, but it's not. It's called a shendit. He had eyelid makeup for the sand, right? Because they had to put like eyelid makeup in order for them to like repel the sand going into their eyes. And then they were shaved off and they would wear a wig. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you couldn't even recognize that he was Joseph, but he was just he had his beard shaved off, his the hair of his head shaved off, wearing a shandid, basically like a dress, and like basically have an eyelid like a woman. So imagine you like going and basically after like whatever 30 years or whatever years he was a slave in Egypt. Imagine, bro. Imagine you wouldn't even recognize that person. So that's basically the Israelites went through the same thing, and this is why it says right here. The tabernacle in the wilderness, page 427. It says, "There is no doubt that much of the material recorded in the first five books of the Old Testament is derived from the initiatory rituals of the Egyptian mysteries. The priests of Isis were deeply versed in occult lore, and the Israelites, during their captivity in Egypt, learned from them many things concerning the significance of divinity and the manner of worshiping it. See that? Yeah, man. So Moses learned from the Egyptian rituals of the priesthood of Isis, right? And this is what you have right here. It even says the tabernacle of mysteries. The tabernacle of the Jews was merely a temple pattern after the temples of Egypt. Temples, you see that? Temples of Egypt, and transportable to meet the needs of their roving disposition for which the Israelites were famous of. Every part of the tabernacle and the enclosure which was surrounded it was symbolic of some great natural or philosophic truth or philosophical truth. To the ignorant, it was but a place to which to bring offerings and in which to make sacrifice. To the wise, it was a temple of learning sacred to the universal spirit of wisdom. See that basically the initiation process to like higher states of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, right? The revelations. When you guys eat the manna is when you guys are revealed. The shakal. You guys experience what the Hebrew calls the shakal in the book of Nehemiah, chapter what? Nehemiah chapter 9:21, I believe. Nehemiah chapter 9:21. The word there used is shakal. And when you guys go into the Hebrew, it basically it goes into like giving you insight and foresight into like other forms of information that are beyond this realm, this three-dimensional place, which is this flesh, right? Because everything's limited. We are limited because of the flesh, but the spirit is not limited, bro. We can basically go into various realms in many forms: meditation, astral travel, whatnot, right? When Moses instituted his mysteries, he is said, my bad. While the greatest minds of the Jewish and Christian worlds have realized that the Bible is a book of allegories, few seem to have taken the trouble to investigate it, investigate its symbols and parables. When Moses instituted his mysteries, he is said to have given to a chosen few initiates certain oral teachings or traditions which could never be written. You see that? But were to be preserved from one generation to the next by word of mouth transmission. Those instructions were in the form of philosophical keys, by means of which the allegories were made to reveal their hidden significance. Hence, the book of Revelations. When you guys read the book of Revelations, right? A lot of people try to like make it seem into like, oh, Armageddon, all this other stuff. Like, nah, that's nonsense, bro. It actually goes beyond that. Like now we're talking about the aspects of the soul and the mind, the warfare that has taken place on this planet for the souls of humanity, because the souls are energy. So it's like it's deeper than that. So that when you guys read the book of Revelations in Spanish, you say the book of Apocalipso, Apocalypsos, Apocalypsis. Apocalypsis in the Greek is apocalypto. Apocalypto in the Greek means that which was hidden is revealed now, right? And so that's basically what's coming out nowadays. Like wherever you guys turn, You guys turn to the left, to the right, you guys see people speaking about like the um the metaphysical aspects of the Bible, right? And the like the various books that you guys can have and how they go deeper in meanings, right? So it says, while the greatest minds of the Jewish and Christian worlds have realized that the Bible is a book of allegories, few seem to have taken the trouble to investigate its symbols and parables. Now, when I say that allegories, not the entire Bible is all allegories, right? That's not what it's saying, and that's not what I believe either. What is going on is that there's many aspects of the Bible that are allegories or dark sayings, like the Bible talks. Even the Bible, the book of Psalms, talks about uh, the allegories, right? The dark sayings. Dark sayings. Well, when something's in the dark, that's mean that something's being hidden away because it's in the dark. That's why you guys play hide and seek, is because you're hiding yourself from the light. You're in the darkness. So that's basically hidden away. You guys understand? So dark sayings is basically like knowledge that is hidden away to the people that live out that do not have access to the holy of holies, right. People don't have access to the holy of holies because they have not understood themselves, like they have not done their journey of going through darkness first. But that's another topic for another day, bro. I don't want to talk about that, but I'm saying that dark sayings are basically allegories as well, because dark sayings basically hide the meaning of that which is being read, right, and which is the Bible, which is the book of Revelations, which means that which was hidden is revealed now, or that which is revealed. So while the greatest minds of the Jewish and Christian worlds have realized that the Bible is a book of allegories, few seem to have taken the trouble to investigate its symbols and parables. When Moses instituted his mysteries, he said to have been given to a chosen few initiates certain oral teachings or traditions which could never be written but were to be preserved from one generation to the next by word of mouth transmission. Those instructions were in the form of philosophical keys by means of which the allegories were made to reveal their hidden significance. These mystic keys to their sacred writings were called by the Jews the Kabbalah. See that? And so that's right there when we begin to like dive deep into all that. Which, by the way, yeah, stick around because I'm gonna be breaking down like the true understanding of like the Kabbalah, right? Because a lot of people, when people talk about, especially the people that are Bible based, their understanding and all their philosophy is based on their Bible. So I'm talking about those people, and if you guys are one of those, if you guys want to talk about it, I'm gonna share the link. You guys are more than welcome to come in and talk about the Bible, because I read the Bible as well. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that I'm well versed, but I know a thing or two. But yeah, so I'm saying that it's like a lot of stuff that was basically hidden away from the people. And so when we talk about the Kabbalah, right? A lot of people have like a misconception about what the Kabbalah is. Or for example, we can talk about the tree of life, or we can talk about the tree of death, right? Both which are basically like representation of something else. But yeah, so stick around, stay tuned, because I'm gonna bring those out as well, and it's gonna be like a very interesting topic that I would like to share with you guys, and I'm gonna give you guys my perspective and how I understand it and how I come to like navigate the tree of life, and like to understand what the Kabbalah is really about, what the real purpose is, to be able to understand like these weird things and aspects and subjects and topics that like a lot of people are basically strange to. right? Because a lot of people live it, and it's like I'm gonna show you something real quick, right? Because and this is basically what the representation of the temple of Solomon, right, or the tabernacle of Moses represents, right? Let me show you. Let me show you. Hold on. And then from here we're gonna dive into the class, right? But thanks for coming in. Welcome to the live. Stick around. Anybody that wants to come in, I'm gonna share the link. And if you guys want to come in, let me know. Welcome to the live, everybody. Welcome to live. I'm glad you guys are here. Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff that, like I said, we're just getting started. I know I take a lot, like a while, to get to the point. I get sidetracked sometimes, man. Like I get sidetracked. Uh, that's why it's important to have you know, um, like people that are there that can like bring you back into like, oh, bro, like you said these or whatever. It's like this is why I'm like I always share the link because there's always people or individuals that basically they disagree with my statements or my points or the information that's being brought out, but when they do that, they do it behind my back without me not being able to respond. So, and this is why I do this live. So, like, whenever people want to like feel some type of way about the information, we can always talk about it, and we can always dissect like the information that I said or the information that you're gonna bring out, and we can have like a great edifying conversation. But it's like people don't really want to do that nowadays. It's like it's just information. When the information comes out, the job of the individual is to basically revise that which he heard, right? To see if like, oh, is he talking just some BS, right? Or is he for real? So that's basically the invitation for everybody. Now, okay, I'm gonna share this last piece that is very powerful, right? And this is what I'm saying, bro. That a lot of, for example, the aspects of the burning bush. What does that mean, right? Okay, the burning bush. Okay, well, okay. How does that help me in my spiritual walk? Unless the burning bush has like a deeper meaning behind just being a burning bush. You know what I'm saying? So there's like deeper mysteries behind each of the aspects of the Bible, right? That was borrowed from the Egyptian mystery schools. That's the whole point. And so we have Moses, right? As the result of these deductions, Inman sought to prove that the lawgiver of Israel was merely another form of the omnipresent solar myth. See that? While Inman demonstrated that by transposing two of the ancient letters of the word Masha, which means what? Means like drawn from the waters. That's basically what it means. Because like Moses was drawn out of the waters according to the story, right? Which again, the waters symbolize something else. The basket symbolizes something else. And obviously the baby symbolizes the men. And I mean, and then from there, that's basically where the mystery of Moses and the mystery of school begins, right there, by the initiation of the water and what the water symbolizes, like the baptism of water. Like the baptism of water is not is symbolic for something else as well. So it says, by transposing two of the ancient letters of the word masha, it became the word shama, an appellation of the celestial globe. he seems to have overlooked the fact that in the ancient mysteries, the initiates were often given names synonymous with the sun, to symbolize the fact that the redemption and regeneration of the solar power had been achieved within their own natures. You see, this is basically what was talking about, the enlightenment of your own self. Like when you become enlightened within, like that's when you begin to experience like downloads of information, revelations, dreams, prophetic dreams, visions, psychic abilities, and this and that and third. That's basically when you begin to experience all of that. But it's like, it's not, enlightenment doesn't mean that you were given light. Enlightenment just means like, it means that now you remember that you are a son or a daughter of light or a being of light. That's all it means. It doesn't mean that light came to you because you didn't have the light. Because if you don't have the light, that means, I mean, if you guys want to subscribe to that ideology of like the sons of light and the sons of darkness, well, the sons of light have the light within themselves. It's just that they, like, a lot of us had forgotten at some point, and now we remember, right? We remember that light, and we have seen that light. We have seen that light. You know what I'm saying? So to be enlightened, it just means that you remember your own light within. If you consider yourself to be a son, a daughter, or a being of light. The initiates were often given names synonymous with the sun to symbolize the fact that the redemption and regeneration of the solar power had been achieved within their own natures. It is far more probable that the, the man whom we know as Moses was an accredited representative of the secret schools laboring as many other emissaries have labored to instruct primitive races in the mysteries of the immortal souls. See that? So that's that's basically all it was. Even when you guys read the gospel of the scenes, you guys know what I'm talking about, the gospel of the scenes, right? When you guys read the gospel of the scenes, well, what you guys are gonna find out is basically the same thing that this Mason Menli P. Hall is saying. The Essenes were already saying these 2,000 years ago, prior to even many P. Hall, prior to like, you know, the Masonic mystery schools that established themselves here in America during the Puritan years, when you have the Mayflower, when the Mayflower landed, someone came into this place. Oh man, yeah, it's pretty wild. The word Moses, when understood in its esoteric Egyptian sense, means one who has been admitted into the mysterious schools of wisdom and has gone forth to teach the ignorant concerning the will of the gods and the mysteries of life, as these mysteries were explained within the temples of Isis, Osiris, and Serapis. See that? Yeah, man. So, but yeah, man. So that's kind of like just a little bit of, a glimpse of like how a lot of the stuff that we read in the Bible is basically misconstrued, misunderstood, because there's, oh, I was gonna tell you, right? I was gonna show you the temple, right? So we're talking about the temple and the three levels of the temple, right? So I'm gonna show you something. Watch. Because that's basically what's happening right now. When you have people that they don't want to understand, they don't want to understand, they don't want to listen, they don't, they just They just they're stuck in their ways. You know what I'm saying? They're stuck in their ways. Uh, I'm trying to find like a good definition picture so that we can like so I can show you what I'm talking about, and so that we can start with the class because we haven't even started. But thanks for sticking around. Welcome to the live. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. Let me see. Oh, I don't know. Let me see. Maybe see. All right. Let's see. All right, though. So that's what I'm talking about right there, right? So you have three levels of the temple, right? So you have the outer courts, which is the outside right here. You have the inner temple, like the middle part or the middle section of the temple, which is the holy place. The outer place, the holy place, and then you have the holy of holies, which is basically like the 10 by 10 room, in which you have the ark of the covenant with like two cherubs inside. And so my point in bringing this out is that the reason why a lot of people are not able to understand the dark sayings of the Bible is because they're outside, they're out here, right? And so, in esoteric terms, people that are in the outer courts, they're not able to understand like the incense or like um, you know, they're not able to enter into the holy place where you have the high priest basically like inhaling inhaling cannabis smoke that they were burning in the temple every single day. And as a matter of fact, in the Hebrew, like when you guys look into the Hebrew word in like the Hebrew word is goes into the word um, fumigation. Like when you have like basically smoke all over the room. So these guys were basically like, you know, high into like into another realm all the time. And so the people from the outer core, when they didn't have access to the inner core of the holy place, and the people that were even in the holy place, they were not able to go into the holy of holies, which is the most holiest place. Which why? Because only the high priest is able to go in it. So my point in saying this is that even when we look at the temple men, right, of the in esoteric terms, right, in the Torah, you have individuals that are out here, and so they're out here sacrificing, they're out here getting their hands dirty by killing, right? Because basically what happened out here is basically all the animal sacrifice took place out here. And so this is basically like, what would you call it? The lower level of the human self, which is the violence, the acting like as a beast, right? Because you have like 12, there's like the 12 bulls that are there, represents the basically the tribes, you know. And so the tribes are symbolized as like an animal, like bulls, right? And so they represent, the also the human sacrifices that were taking place by the God of the Bible, which is Yahweh, because Yahweh basically allow human sacrifice even within the nation of Israel. And those who do not agree, I mean, we can go into the Torah and show you the examples. So, so this is the outer part of the temple where sacrifices took place, bloodshed took place. You would see the suffering of the animals, and it was carnage, and it was like vivid, man. It was like, yo, burning meats and stuff. And then you go into the inner temple, right? You have like smoke, and incense, and cannabis all over the place, and the candlesticks burning with like special oil that was made especially for the sons of Aaron, burning in the lamp of in the tree of life. which actually, we can actually dive deep into that and go into something else and connect them to the Nagas. And, we can just get lost in the rabbit hole. You know what I'm saying? But so there's levels. That's what I'm saying. There's like levels to like many aspects, and I'm not saying that like I'm out here or I'm out here. Like, I'm just saying that there's levels. There's levels. So the people from the outer courts that are still believing in like nonsense, and so just taking the Bible too literal to the point that people are willing to sacrifice and kill others for their belief systems. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty wild. It doesn't compute to me. To me, it doesn't compute, bro. I'm not able to comprehend why you are able to say it out of the same mouth that you believe in God, but in the on the other coin, on the other side of the coin, out of your mouth comes like, curses and like hatred and lies and deception and all this other stuff, like, and then you claim to say, oh, in God we trust, or we live in God, or we believe in God, or we live in the Bible, or we are the chosen people, and all this other shit, right? So, don't get me started and all that. So that's what I'm saying. So a lot of people read the Bible, and there's like many aspects like this. This is just like, this is nothing. I just give you a glimpse of this. There's more deeper aspects of the inner temple, of the candlesticks, of the gold pieces, of the inner place, of the three levels, right? You see the three levels of the temple, which the Levites store all the gold and the silver in there. All the utensils were in there, and so there was like a secret passageway going up to the third level. So, which symbolizes, ding 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 ding, like the various levels of understanding that takes place within the mind, which is close to the Holy of Holies. You see that? Because these rooms were basically close and surrounding the holy place, the Holy of Holies. My bad, the Holy of Holies, and only the high priest was able to access that room, to the exception of King David, I believe. I think King David was the one with the idea to create like a stairway into those levels. And when you guys go into the stairway in the Hebrew, the word stairway in the Hebrew means it means darkness. Darkness. Why? Because it's through the darkness that we are able to elevate. Kind of like when a seed is planted into the ground, right, in darkness, and all of a sudden the tree grows and it brings forth fruit, right? So it's the same thing with like darkness. The darkness, the stairway going into the third level of the temple. That's basically what it means. But so that's what I'm saying. So now going back to now, so now we're gonna dive into the class now. So I wanted to kind of set the foundation. I wanted to set the foundation so that you guys understand where I'm coming from when when we talk about the flood and the stories that are in the Bible and whatnot. So welcome to life. Peace out, everybody. Welcome to life. How's everybody doing tonight? What is going on, man? What's happening? A lot of things happening, man. It's pretty wild things going on into, man. I don't know. Like I was saying, man, things are changing super fast. Yeah, so yeah, man. So it's like again, the esoteric terms of the high priest going into the holy of holies, which is your mind, and so it's all just like a warfare of the mind. A lot of people want to have access to your mind, and this is why you have these ideologies that were spread out from the Roman Empire all the way until now. The Judeo-Christian ideology of Christianity in its various forms, including the Judaic forms as well, right? Because you have like various synagogues all throughout Central and South America and the Caribbean islands, And so a lot of the Jewish ideology was brought on this side of the world, and so that this is why you have like a lot of Hispanics and natives that were practicing like Judaic customs, right? You have a lot of natives that were also practicing certain Judaic or similar ideologies and ritualistic practices of the Jews. So it didn't only happen here; it happened like all over the world. So the idea of like sacrificing is basically an idea that predates even the Torah itself, even Moses, even the Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? So all these rituals about sacrifice and burnt offerings, with meat of innocent animals, like sheep and cows and I don't know, doves and whatnot. Those are basically like low level. I don't know. I would say lower entities that demand bloodshed from innocent entities like the animals that people kill to sacrifice and whatnot. But I mean, and then we can go into the discussion of like about meats, because meats, like people eat meats, a lot of people eat meats, some people don't like meats, and people are vegetarians and whatnot. So it's like, and so then we can like dive into the aspect of how you have many places where like a lot of these hundreds of cows go into the slaughterhouse, but when they go into the slaughterhouse, a lot of these animals are put through like horrible conditions mentally, spiritually, emotionally, psychologically to the cow, to the point when people eat those meats are already like they have what would you call it, they have tainted the meats with like negative energy, running through the meat, through the blood system of the meat, right? Because again, DNA is basically a memory encoder, right? You can codify information within the blood at a quantic level, which is through the voice, through the emotional state. Like, so imagine, and so this is why we have like adrenochrome. Adrenochrome comes from that. You guys know what I'm talking about? If you go down the rabbit hole, which is white, which symbolizes the molecule of adrenochrome. You know what I'm talking about? So, and that goes into that as well, because blood is basically like the most powerful element to like create magic, to do elemental magic, to do spells, powerful spells of protection and whatnot. And so this is what the Israelites were doing. The Israelites were doing that, and so this is why I'm saying that a lot of people got stuck into the outer court. You know what I'm saying? The outer court. Let's see right here. Right there. See, a lot of people got stuck into the outer court where they're just sacrificing and sacrificing and sacrificing and sacrificing, sending meat burned up to God, because I guess God likes the smell of burned meat, or I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So this is where people want to stay. They don't want to go into the holy of holies, into the mind, to like try to like you know discover himself or herself from within, because everything begins within, right? It doesn't begin outside. This is basically the fallen state. The outer core is the fallen state of the human race right now. I mean, we see it, right? You guys see killings, you guys see bloodshed and genocide, you guys see hate crimes against transgender people, against blacks, against Hispanics, against women, against elderly, against street vendors and whatnot. So humanity is in the outer courts right now, full of blood, full of charcoal and smell like death and destruction. And that's why they have to wash themselves. Like, that's why there's like 7 washers like on the side of the temple. You guys see that right there? There's like 7 washers for them to be washing themselves constantly because of all the genocide and all the bloodshed that was spilled outside. All that burnt offering, right? And so this is why you guys read in your Bibles like, yo, like burnt offerings and all this other stuff. I don't want none of that stuff. As a matter of fact, let me read that, and then from there we're gonna basically like go into the class. So, but thanks for sticking around. Welcome to live.
Elon Musk officially.
Okay, you see. All right, so we're gonna go into the book of Jeremiah. Well, we're gonna read Isaiah 1:11, right? And so this is what I'm saying, right? And so this is one of the reasons why even Christ was having like a discussion with like the Pharisees. I think I completely went off subject because I'm still gonna talk about the flood. We're gonna dive into that, but I'm kind of I think I'm off topic now. But I just want to show these real quick. Isaiah 1:11, it says, "The multitude of your sacrifices, right? What are they to me? Says the Lord. I have more than enough of burnt offerings," he said, "of rams and the fat of fattened animals. I have no pleasure in the blood of bulls and lambs and goats." You see that? Verse 12. "When you come to appear before me, who has asked this of you? Who asked you to do this?" God is saying, who asked you to do all of this stuff? This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying, that in the Bible you have like many gods that the Israelites were dealing with, gods and goddesses, right? And a lot of them were basically false. And when I talk about false, I'm not talking about that they're not real, because they are real, because the information is there. The mythologies are there. You guys can research all the way in the Middle East. You guys can read from about them. But Isaiah 1:12 is saying, "When you come to appear before me, who has asked this of you? Who told you to do this? This trampling of my courts." You see that? The tramplings, the cows trampling down to be slaughtered. "Stop bringing meaningless offerings. Your incense is detestable to me. New moons, Shabbats, convocations. See, I cannot bear your worthless assemblies." You see that? Um, "You new moon feast and your appointed festivals, I hate with all my being. They have become a burden to me. I am weary of bearing them." You see that? That's the guy. That's the guy. It's like, "I'm sick of your bullshit. I don't want none of this blood." Like, who even asked you to do this? You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point. See, that's the whole point. And so that's what I'm saying, that like when the Israelites were doing all this stuff, it was all like, for what? What did the Israelites learn from doing all this? Nothing. They even learned to even kill like innocent people. They were even killing their own people. That's why we're reading the book of Isaiah chapter 1. When you guys read the chapter 2, Isaiah chapter 2, it basically goes into how the Levites themselves and the kings of Judah were basically killing their own people, slaughtering. So it's like humanity is basically in this state right here. It's all about, bowing down to the bull sacrifice, which is Baal, right? Sacrificing unto Baal, sacrificing unto demons, sacrificing unto goat demons, sacrificing unto fallen gods. And so this is where humanity is at right here. And so they wash themselves in the containers of water, but they do the same thing. They go back and do the same thing. They wash themselves, right? And they go back do the same thing. Kill, destroy, commit genocide, steal, commit murder, whatever, right? This is humanity right here. This is where humanity is at right now. So I don't know, man. It's sad that it's gonna take a while for people to go in here inside, right? Where you guys don't have to sacrifice and there's no bloodshed, and all you have to do is connect, connect. See the smoke? You guys see the smoke? That's the that's the altar of bronze. I mean the altar of incense. This is where your prayers go. The prayers go onto source before going into the holy of holies. Before you go inside of the holy of holies, the priest goes in it, which is the mind, or when you guys go inwardly. And so there's like that would be like another topic that we can kind of dive into, to like show you, like what it means to go inwardly. I've been practicing. I've done it. I'm not saying that I'm an expert, but I've done my share of work. I've done my share of work, bro. So, but yeah, I'll be glad to show you guys what's going on. Yeah. um, Animal sacrifice happened after the flood. Life was shortened. Before the flood was manna. Life was long. Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, the Gnostics speak about that as well. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, for sure. What's up, Issachar? Job Issachar, shalom, bro. Welcome to live. Yeah, yeah. Welcome to live, man. Peace, everybody. Peace. Yeah. So I was saying, it's time for people to begin to like, walk into the temple, walk into the inside, walk into the inwardly, understand yourself, and you understand your bullshit, understand your divine self. Yeah. It's really a journey, bro. I could teach you, I could tell you how to do things and this and that and third, but at the end of the day, everybody has to like dive deep into their own darkness, right? We all have to go through the darkness. So, that's maybe like when I meet you guys in person, because I know I'm gonna meet some of you guys this coming up summer, and we can talk about stuff, and I can share stuff that I don't share in here. So, but yeah, welcome to live, everybody. Welcome to live. Uh, Mexican, what's up, man? What's up? Welcome to live. You there, bro?
What's up, bro? Hey,
What's what's going on?
I saw you on live, bro, and I ain't trying to deviate from your lesson tonight, right? But well, pretty
You
much
got
one.
a question or?
Yes, definitely. It's what's your perspective on the prophets, meaning the shamans or those seers or those who have that gift to be able to pierce that realm? I know
Yeah,
everyone always, like, well, I'm not going to say everyone, but the majority of the time when one speaks about shamans or Santeria or whatever term you want to use, they always, it's like this separating the same because the prophets of the Bible pierce that realm. So they have connections either with with the Almighty, you know what I'm saying, with through angels or whatever the case may be, but yet they're still piercing that reality as well as the shamans claim to do. So I guess my question is like what's how to differentiate. I know that it's precepts that test the spirit, right? Whenever you have that gift or you're piercing through that reality and you get some type of communication and you got to test the spirit to see where it's coming from. But the prophets have pierced that and have got communication through angels with whatever message they have gotten from the Almighty through the angels. But the same thing was with shamans, is that they pierce that reality, but they may be getting it through demons or whatever terms you want to use. But I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that piercing, on whatever side, the left or the right, you know.
All right, cool, man. That's a pretty good question. Okay, so first and foremost, like a lot of people have to understand that you are a spiritual being. So if you don't understand that, whatever information comes to you from whatever source that might be, it could be deception because you don't know yourself, right? You don't know who you are. If you know who you are, then whatever information comes to you, then you have the ability to contrast that information with your own spiritual self. Like I'm gonna give you like my personal background, right? um I've been doing like what you guys call shadow work or going to the dark night of the soul, which is not what people read in Google. It's not what you guys read in Google. Going through the dark night of the soul is basically when you, as a son of light, walk on this planet feeling disconnected from source itself, from the father and from the mother, right? You feel completely disconnected. That's basically what it's called when you guys go through the dark night of the soul. Is basically you the disconnection completely from source, and then from there on is when you begin to understand. Okay, you either you either dive deep into who you are to understand your own divinity, your own divine self, as a son of light or a son of God or a child of God, right? Because everybody wants to claim to be a son of God. So now, once you understand that you are a son of God, like literally a son of God, meaning you are the very representation of the divine walking on this planet in a fleshback called body. So once you understand that, then you can actually be like, okay, well, what information should I learn? Okay, well, let me dive into this realm. Boom, you start learning this stuff, this and that and third. You dive deep into the rabbit hole, and then now because you know who you are, the information that you're learning is not gonna affect you. And so that kind of reminds me of the book of First Thessalonians chapter 5:21, when it talks about prove all things, but hold that which is hold fast that which is good, meaning chew the meat of the bones. So and going back to your question. So as far as the shamans, right? The reason why I've dealt with the shaman before, like the chief of one of the most well recognized tribes in Brazil. I had the privilege to like meet the brother and learn under him for like a week or so. And so I was able to learn his journey. And so these people, these individuals, they're not just shamans because like, oh, there's just a name and they put a garment on and they're doing like limpiezas or limpias, like cleanses and whatnot with like smoke or incense and whatnot. No, these guys like have a record of being born into the gifts of the mysticism and the mythologies and the ancient knowledge and the ancient ancestral wisdom that is passed down to each individual. Kind of like when the Bible talks about the firstborn. The firstborn has basically the blessing that is passed down to the firstborn, right? Because he is your heir, whether it be heir in the physical aspects or whether it be an heir in the spiritual aspects, whatever gifts you have. And so that gift is passed down to the firstborn. So the shamans are that. Now, you are born into a shaman by various forms, but the first one is a natural one. You are born with the gift. So that means that you begin to see the spiritual world since a young age. Since you are 3, like me, I began to see like entities since I was 3 or 4. Got out of my body. I was able to experience things that regular people don't even experience for my age, 3, 4, 5, 6 years old, and seeing many things that like it's just too crazy for people to even comprehend. Like, so you're born into this world so that when you understand who you are, like when information comes to you, as far as like when you talk about the prophets, you know what I'm talking about? When information comes to you or inspiration, or what the people of the community call it, they call it codes or downloads. right? They call it downloads or codes. Well, those codes that you're being downloaded into yourself, they come from a place. They have to come from a place. Now, whether it be a good or bad, that's basically is gonna be up to you to like learn how to decipher like what's real, what's fake, and like what's lie and what's truth. Because I could sit here right here and tell you, oh well, no, that's false. So these, at the end of the day, I'm gonna give you my perspective, right? And you have your own perspective. But when it comes to like things like that, and even the Bible, when the Bible talks about that there's a council Yahweh had, and in his council there was like a lion spirit that was sent to lie and deceive all the prophets of the nation of Israel during the times of Jezebel and what's his name? Man, I forgot his name. That king. You know what I'm talking about? So that um, yeah, during times of Jezebel, that's basically when all the prophets were deceived under an angel of deception sent by Yahweh. So and so this is why we have like certain aspects in the Bible where you have like, okay, well, like the one I just read when in Isaiah 111, Isaiah 112, when it talks about, hey, like, who in the hell tell you to sacrifice and give burnt offerings to me? Like I ain't asking for that, bro. I'm sick of that. You know what I'm saying? So that's like one aspect of how you see like the difference, how some of the prophets were deceived into like still sacrificing animals and burnt offerings and all this other stuff and the feast days and whatnot. It's all connections to like carnal matters. Where in fact, like the prophets were saying, it's like I didn't tell you to do that. So there were prophets that were deceived by lying spirits, bro. So even the nation of Israel was deceived. This is why a lot of people still believe in like Yahweh, and Yahweh is being your God. This is why you guys believe what you guys believe, because that's basically the deception that stems from the deception that began during the times of Jezebel. I forgot his name, man. You guys, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're
Okay,
talking about.
okay, yeah. I forgot the name of the king though. What's his name?
Honestly, I know the Bible, but I don't know it like that where I could bust out the precept to it, but I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, man, I forgot the name, man. But yeah, so he was deceived, and all the clans of the prophets were also deceived. Now, one example about that is when you have the story of Elisha. Remember the story of Elisha and how Elisha was basically the only prophet that was. As a matter of fact, Elisha lived during the times of Jezebel because Jezebel was persecuting all the good prophets, right? The good ones, and so Elisha was basically left alone. There was like like another group of prophets that were followers of Elisha, but he was the only major prophet left because Jezebel basically killed all the other prophets. And so that's like one of example right there that there's like good prophets and there's like a bunch of prophets, like many prophets that are like lies, like deceiver. And then what is the key to like test that one is a good prophet is if that prophet tells you a prophecy, and if the prophecy is fulfilled, then that prophet was a true prophet, right?
Yeah,
So let's say
exactly.
you had a yeah so let's say you had a dream. Like me, I had dreams. Like when Jose Vega left the Ancient Watchmen, I had a dream 2 years prior, and I even made a post on Facebook. I have a video on my YouTube channel. You guys can check it out. I basically break down the dream and what it means. And so I knew what it means 2 years prior, before Jose Vega left the Ancient Watchmen, and then it happened exactly how I dreamt it. That it was going to happen in the fall season, where the orange leaves are on the ground, which is exactly the same time where he left. And he left like everything happened exactly as I dreamt it 2 years prior. So that's like how you know that someone is a false prophet or a true prophet if the prophecy is fulfilled. But I don't know.
Yeah, that kind
There
of
is
that brings to mind though a lot of reasons that comes to mind because a lot of these camps or anybody that claims to be in the truth, they call themselves prophets, but they're really doing or proving is that they have a good memory. You know what I'm saying? It's like Johnny mnemonics, that think that just by learning all the precepts that they're going to get that spirit or that gift, and when they're really not prophesying anything other than just, if forgive the word, but regurgitating what they've already read from previous prophets that are in the book. And a lot of them, like for instance, one is that what I consider that fake, 12 tribe chart, that everybody's based on that carnalism, based on the physical, and I know for, saying everybody knows, reading off the book, that the northern kingdom obviously was conquered, and then once they were liberated, they became exiles because they never could return because of that conflict they had with the south. And then so they became nomads and became immigrants, you know what I'm saying? And the south all pretty much is the one that at the moment with these camps are claiming all these prophecies that were pretty much spit by a lot of the ancient prophets, as far as Jacob, when what's that verse that they, is in Genesis 35:22, I believe, is with Jacob, giving the inheritance to the 12, 12 sons, and
49,
a lot
49.
yeah, oh, my bad, appreciate that correction. But when he's spitting out that inheritance, but they're just based on all this carnalism that all of a sudden everything has to be black. It's not about color, what I'm saying. To me, I see that verse more of like excuse the word, but like a horoscope, a spiritual horoscope, that knows if Israel scattered around the world, saying, obviously they're going to be, saying, mixing with other, saying, other nations, and obviously they're going to be different shades, saying, of this vessel that we have on this planet. So saying, so basically that patriarch, saying, inheritance was a spiritual, so based, and that's how I see that as a horoscope more than a carnal thing. They're saying that, saying, oh, Judah's got to be black, or Issachar's got to be Mexican. And I respect anything that brings brothers into the truth, if that's their lane. But eventually, it's got to get past that carnalism, because that's not, they're not really spitting any prophecy other than just regurgitating what the prophets of the ancients have really put on the book.
Well, and it's like when I talk to a lot of these individuals, because I used to be in the Black Hebrew Israelites, bro. I used to be in IUIC. I go back to 8 years ago. So I've been doing this for 8 years. I've been in the camps. I've exposed camps within the camps themselves. This is why I got kicked out from IUIC, because I challenged their leadership, bro. And they didn't like that. They didn't like, "Oh, how dare you, Hispanic, come in here and try to challenge." I was part of the camp. As a matter of fact, I was supposed to be an officer, because I passed the test and all that stuff, But like when it comes to like challenging their doctrines, it's like, it's like there's a lot of stuff, bro, that you guys read in the Bible. It's like the stuff that you're talking about, Genesis 49, when it talks about each of the animals that represented each of the tribes, each of the 12 tribes, each of the 12 sons of Jacob, and it's all astrological science as well. But yeah, so I don't know, man. I don't subscribe to the idea of like, racial wars and like tribalism, because basically that's basically what the gods do. The gods that are lower, they that's how they deal with humanity. They try to divide and conquer. And so the way they do divide and conquer is that you have a family of guys that established themselves on this planet, prior to times immemorial. We're talking about 400,000 years ago, according to the ancient records of the Sumerians, and I can show you the tablets as well. This is what I'm saying. I can prove my stance. And so, like all this stuff that we see, it's all just a plan by the gods to divide and conquer humanity, because now you have a family of gods that establish themselves throughout the planet, and they have control over certain areas of the planet. You have the Hindu gods that control the Indus Valley. You have the Shemitic tribes that dwell in the Levant and Iraq and down in Saudi Arabia, North Africa. Shemitic tribes around that area. Well, those are the Shemitic gods that you guys read in the Bible, according to the Sumerian tablets. And then you have the Norse gods up in the north in Europe. Then you have the Egyptian gods, the African gods, and all stuff. They're all family. So my point in saying this is that a lot of people still subscribe to this idea, this primal idea, this very animalistic, primal idea about tribalism, when in fact, if all humanity is the creation of God, like people claim that they learn from the Bible, then why is everybody fighting? If everybody believes in the same God, why is everybody fighting? Why? Because not everybody believes in the same God, right? Even though the Bible is basically just you know, I don't know, man. It's kind of like it's like a copy of a copy of a copy of much ancient manuscripts that were basically like later on revised, highly edited by the Catholic Church when it was, you know, printed out to the rest of the known world during the Roman Empire. And then from there on, you know, this whole Christianity and Judeo-Christian ideology was spread out to the entire world. And so this is where we are right now. Everybody's confused. Oh yeah, well, my God, well, Yahweh, Yahuwah, or Jesus and God, and you know, and everybody wants to speak about God, but at the end of the day, like, these gods are just lower gods, lower entities that have divided humanity in tribes, right? So and it goes much deeper than that, because then we can dive into the why has the language been confused, right? We can talk about how the language, who confused the language, at what aspect, how. Then we can dive into genetics. We can dive into frequency technology and how to dive deep into the brain waves to change certain frequencies so that you guys can stop speaking Spanish or maybe start speaking Spanish. So this is the type of technology that these individuals had way back in times immemorial. And this is where the confusion is, because at the end of the day, like phonetics, anybody has the same phonetics, right? You do it when you're born. When you are born, you're speaking basically like Shemitic language. But yeah, so I don't subscribe to that, man. I'm here to, you know, just expose like what a lot of people believe to be true, when in fact it's just like allegories, dark sayings. There's truth in the Bible, there's truth in many books. There's truth in the Quran, there's truth in the Bible, there's truth in the Gnostics, there's truth in the Nahamadi scrolls, there's truth in the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's truth in the book of the Giants and the book of Edo, the Seers, there's book on the Mormons. Truth is everywhere, bro. A lot of people try to just have like this close-minded mentality to try to encage the spirit of truth into just one ideology and one book. That's just absurd, bro. Like, how are you gonna try to encage the spirit of truth? We're talking about the spirit of truth. It's
Yeah,
everywhere, bro.
there's that phrase that how can the finite mind can try to understand the infinite, and it's a very hard road to walk, because basically on this topic alone is how I try to understand is that as far as this gift that one may have, maybe even the one who has it is not considered a gift, because that is a trauma, is a shock. Just like even when Enoch, you know, when was rising with the angel, you know, being terrified, you know, it's a hell of an experience to, you know, be able to pierce that reality. And then one would be labeled whatever word you want to use with psychology, that you are schizophrenic or you're crazy or whatever the case may be, with a lot of prophets that do have that. I would consider a gift, even though it may be a harsh experience to, you know, saying experience. But you know, it does relate to everything along the lines of you know, with the secular history, with, you know, even with the, you know, the Catholic Church and the Inquisition, always trying to, you know, supposedly labeling anybody that can see witches, and maybe they were demons, and maybe there was a lot of them, their main mission was to
So let
silence
me
the
ask you a
prophets.
question, right? Let me ask you a question. What do you subscribe to? Are you a Bible believer? You claim to be Hebrew Israelite, or like, what's your deal?
But I've listened, not a Hebrew, no, not like in any camp, never, you know, subscribe to any. I have seen a lot of brothers that have been in the camps that
Come
have
on,
come
man.
out.
Speak the truth, okay?
I do.
Don't be lying. Speak the truth.
There's
Don't
no
be lying to
need.
me, bro. I know when people lie, so just speak the truth.
I've listened to a lot of these, saying YouTube, saying educational channels, if in parentheses, before even the Hebrew Israelite movement began. It started,
Yeah, no. But
they hit all the
what do you
templates.
believe though? Like, hold on. But what do you believe? Like, what? I
I
don't.
believe
I'm
in the
not asking you to
creator.
give me the background of your
No,
life. I'm just saying, like,
no,
what do you
no.
believe?
It's not a background of my life, because my life I haven't even touched at all. You know what I'm saying, on these channels. But the thing
Right.
is, I do believe in a creator. I do
Okay.
believe there's a a connection with that
You
realm.
think that the God of the Bible is the creator?
I believe there's, as you said, there's truth in everything, because even
No, no,
everybody.
don't say what I teach.
Not
Teach
what
me
you
what you
teach.
know.
I'm
Teach me
telling you.
what you know.
That's what I'm saying. It's not about what you
Yeah, well,
preach.
no, that's
God
what
is
I
the truth,
said. You just repeating what I said. I'm saying, like, what do
because
you
that's
believe? Because I
exactly what
asked you
I.
a question, like, okay,
Okay,
so you
look,
believe,
I
the God of the
understand.
Bible is the true God?
I believe there's truth everywhere. You got to
Listen,
find the
that's
truth,
not
and
what
you
I
should
ask you.
know it.
Listen. That's not what
That
I
is
ask you.
correct.
Listen. I simply ask you a simple question, bro. You don't have to be
It
difficult.
is a simple. It's a
Do you?
simple answer.
Okay, well, okay. Do you believe the God of the Bible is the true God,
There's jewels in everything.
bro?
You're not grasping that. That's not my problem, bro.
Listen. I understand that. Listen,
You're not
believe me, I
understanding me.
understand that. No, I understand. What you don't understand is the question. I simply ask a question: is the God of the Bible the true God? Yes or no?
Listen,
Simple.
this is bringing me back to maybe 2 weeks ago, when I was in one of the other brothers' channel, when they were
All
talking
right,
about
bro.
if
All
I
right, man.
accept.
I'm gonna continue with my lesson because if you don't want to answer questions, then I can do this, bro. Like this is I don't want to do a monologue. I'm asking you a question. This is why I brought people on because this is what I'm saying. When I began to ask questions about their stuff and their belief
Look,
system, people don't want to be
sir,
honest with themselves.
you said you had to go to Brazil to go under somebody else's teaching to try to get the connection to the shaman.
No, I
Saying
didn't say that.
you
See, that's what I'm
did.
saying.
If
Now
you
you're
had
trying to
that gift,
now
if
you're
you had
trying to
that
make
gift,
it
it would have
twist
been
against me, bro.
natural.
This is what I'm saying.
It is.
No.
If you have that gift, you
So
have
you
it,
don't
bro. You don't have to go
know how to answer a
nowhere.
question, right? Okay, so you don't
No,
know how to answer a question. All right, perfect. This is what I'm saying, and this is why I don't deal with these cats because whenever I ask them a simple question, they don't want to answer because they know that after they answer the question, I'm gonna go and unsheath the sword and start slicing, and they don't like that, right? You got this is why you guys are afraid. You guys do not want to answer a simple question. Do you guys believe that the God of the Bible is the true God? Simple. Yes or no. Now, Christ said it in their Bibles, right? Because these guys believe in the Bible. These are fanatics in their Bibles, even though they don't understand it. Uh, you ask them, okay, well, they don't have answers. They avoid it, and then they try to deflect, which I call the aboutisms. Aboutisms is basically like a psychological deflection where they try to basically bring something out that you said in order to deflect from the question at hand, from what's being asked. Why? Because they're trying to avoid what's coming next. You see what I'm saying? So I'm gonna ask everybody. Everybody that wants to come in, I'm gonna ask the same question about the God of the Bible. Is the God of the Bible the true God? You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's pretty easy, man. If you believe in the God of the Bible, then we can talk about the God of the Bible, right? After you answer your question, whether it be a no, we can talk about the no answer. But if you say that yes, the God of the Bible is the true God, then we can actually go into that as well. And so this is why people don't want to be honest with themselves. This is why I knew from the beginning when I asked him a question that he was about to go into some bullshit lies and try to deflect. Oh, but you said that you went to Brazil to learn who you are. Well, that's not what we're talking about, bro. We talked about it a while ago. Now you're deflecting. It's insane, bro. Yeah, you're done, bro. You're done. But anyways, yeah, man. So this is what I rather just if like once again I was having a good conversation with the brother, right? The brother came in, I allowed him to speak. He asked me questions. I answered the questions he asked me. I'm not afraid of anybody's questions. You guys can come in and ask me anything you guys want. I will give you guys the answer to that. But when I ask you guys questions, you guys don't want to. You guys do not want to answer none of my questions, right? I mean, it is what it is, bro. The God of the Bible is not the true creator, and I can prove it. You guys cannot prove, if your life depended on it, that He is the true creator. And I can show you in your Bibles. I can show it to you out of the Bible, out of your own Bibles. So that's basically it. But it's been an hour and 30 minutes. Let's see, man. I think we completely went off topic. I think I'm gonna leave it out. I'm gonna leave it alone, and then probably do this next Friday night, Mayam, where I can dive deep into the class about. I don't know, man. Maybe we can stick around. I don't know. You guys want to stick around? Because I was gonna talk about the story of Gilgamesh and how the story of the flood is just an incomplete story in the book of Genesis. This is what I'm saying, that the book of Genesis is basically a highly revised story. Not only it was revised by the Roman Empire, it was also revised by the scribes way back in the day, right? And it was revised by the Levites themselves when they basically rewrote the Torah, supposedly on the inspiration of an angel. You know what I'm saying? But people say I'm bugging out, right? I'm bugging out, right? Okay. So if I'm bugging out and I ask you questions that you guys can answer, then who's bugging out really? If I'm able to answer questions that you guys are asking me, and if I'm the one asking you questions that you guys cannot answer, just simple questions, who's bugging out? All right, G Shy, man, have a great night, man. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, so yeah, Joe Bisakar, I don't know if you're still here, man, but so it's Enlil God. I mean, bro, I brought this out many times. It's like I don't know if people are paying attention or not, but I'm gonna show you. Let's see, where's it at? Yeah, I'm gonna answer this question, and then we're gonna dive into the class. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna answer your question, Job Isakar. Is Enlil God? All right. Hold on, I'm looking. Thanks for being patient. I'm almost done. Hold on. All right, so I'm gonna answer the question. So is Enlil God? Well, according to the Sumerian tablets, bro. Okay, and I always bring this out. According to the Sumerian tablets, right? The Sumerian tablets predate your Bible for thousands of years, right? It predates the Bible, the Torah itself for 1,000 years, but everybody else in the collective for at least 200,000 years. That's according to the King's List, right? That's like another another tablet in which it gives you like the genealogies of the kings of the Sumerians, pre-flood kings, right? There's like a pre-flood kings, which gives you the list of these basically like Nephilim or gods that rule this world, the Elohim. They call them the Elohim, right? So we're gonna see if Enlil is basically the equivalent of Yahweh, because in this tablet right here, it says Enlil decides to destroy humankind with a flood. Now, according to the Bible, who decided to destroy the human race, the pre-Adamites, with water? What God decided to destroy humanity with a flood? What is his name? You guys want to type it in? What is the name of the God that decided to destroy the pre-flood civilizations? What was his name? Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yahweh, Jehovah, Jehovah. That's the God, right? Well, according to the tablets of the Sumerians, his name is Enlil. Enlil is basically like the equivalent of in the Hebrew when you guys read Allah or Allah. You know, when you guys in the Hebrew you can write it down like this, like Allah, right? Like that. AHL, right? Al. That's the Hebrew for Lord or God. Well, the word Lil is basically like this is like Sumerian writing. Lulu. Lulu means Allah or ascending, right? These are gods. These are mighty. These are Elohim. So this is like Akkadian, basically. Akkadian. 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 In Akkadian is basically nothing more than Hebrew. Like the Shemitic phonetic sounds of Akkadian language is basically Hebrew, right? I'm gonna speak on that at some other time, but anyway, so Enlil is basically El or Yahweh in the Bible. Enlil decides to destroy humankind with the flood. See that? The Atrahasis epic is the Babylonian flood story written in Old Babylonian on clay in Babylonia circa 1900 BC in cuneiform script. But the stories even predate the Babylonians, the Assyrians, even the Akkadians themselves, because the Akkadians, the Assyrians, and the Babylonians, they all learn from the source, which is what? The Sumerians, which is where you guys get the story of Genesis, of like the creation story and the flood and all that stuff. And basically that's kind of what we're gonna go into in a minute. So that's it right there. It says, when the Neo-Babylonian account of the flood story as part of the Gilgamesh epic was discovered in the 19th century, it caused a sensation. It turned out that this was an abbreviated account extracted from the Old Babylonian Atrahasis epic, written some 1,000 years earlier. You see that? So this is what I'm saying, that this creation story that we found in circa 1900 BC in Babylon, it goes back to a much ancient story predating this story for 1,000 years, right? The flood is the climax of the whole story in which the gods created the human race to take over the hard labor on earth. They were created with power to reproduce, but were condemned to die as a result of age. the human race multiplied and made such a noise that the chief Sumerian god Enlil, right? See that? The chief Sumerian god Enlil, which is basically El, the god of the Bible, could not sleep. He therefore plotted to reduce their numbers, basically commit genocide. First by plague, then by famine. You guys sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? This is how like the gods basically decide how to reduce the population of a planet. By what? By plague and famine. It says, in each case, the god Ea will be like Enki. Ea will be kind of like, that's basically what we're going to go into. So let me see, how can we do this? All right. All right. So Ea is Enki, right? Enki. And Lil is basically the God of the Bible. Yahweh, no? Yahweh. See that? So we have Ea, Enki, and we have Enlil, Yahweh. So Yahweh is the one basically doing the destruction of the flood according to the Sumerian, much ancient Sumerian stories, which predate the Bible for, 200,000 years, 1,000 years, whatever. So this was the original story. But in the Bible, you don't read about the name Ea. You don't read about the name Enki, right? But you read it in the Sumerian stories, because this is basically when it begins to make sense. Because while Enlil was basically plotting against humanity to destroy it through famine and plagues, right? And when that didn't work out, they began to like plot against humanity through weather modification and weather manipulation technology way back in the day, right? This is basically where the flood comes in, and we see that we're gonna dive into that information as well to show you that it really happened, or did it really happen, or it didn't. We'll see. We'll find out. It says, in each case, the god Ea, Enki, who was mainly responsible for creating the human race. You see that? And so this is why Ea, like Ea or Enki, is basically represented with like the caduceus, right? We have the caduceus. The caduceus is basically the snake. That right there, you see, there's like two entwined snakes, which represents DNA, right? It represents DNA. So the two entwined serpents, right, goes back into DNA. Because these God right here, he's the God responsible for genetically engineering humanity. This is according to the much ancient writings that predate the Bible, right? So this is the information that I brought out when I debated Jose Vega, and even Jose Vega couldn't even debunk this. Nobody can, bro, because at the end of the day, this information predates the Bible. These are the original stories. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so Ea will be kind of like what you guys read in your Bible, like the serpent. Why? Because the serpent was represented in the double helix of DNA, which represents like knowledge, wisdom, understanding, but it also represents you being a geneticist. And so Enki, according to the story, he was a geneticist, and that's why he was called the serpent, the god, the serpent god, right? And so this is where we begin to see much later on, you see the beginning of like the serpent knowledge. This is where we connect with the menorah. This is where we connect with the nagas. This is where we connect with Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan, and all this other stuff all throughout the planet, because this knowledge was spread out to counterattack this guy right here, and the destruction and the plague and the famine that he brought onto this planet. So that's basically what the Gnostics speak. This is what the Sumerians also teach about who is the one that brought the flood. Enlil, which is Yahweh, is the one that brought the flood, according to your own Bibles and according to you guys' own admission. It says, in each case, the god Ea, Enki, who was mainly responsible for creating the human race. frustrated the plan. See, and Leo then got all the gods to swear to cooperate. This is basically, see, the swearing, the gods to swear. He brought a council of gods. This is basically when you guys go into the Sumerian tablets and you guys actually read the tablets themselves, because they already translated the tablets. You guys can go online, and I think they're in the Cambridge Cambridge University. That's basically where they have them, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But where was I? Oh yeah, so and Leo then got all the gods to swear. You see, so he got a council, kind of like the same council that we read in the book of Second Kings, chapter 21, verse 21 and 22, when God Yahweh has a council of his gods, you know, his minions, right? His generals, his whatever, right? To cooperate in exterminating the whole human race in an impending flood. See that? So that was the council. The council among the gods, the Enlil, meaning Yahweh. He had a council among all the gods to swear so that they would cooperate in exterminating the whole race, the whole human race. You see that? So it was like they were plotting against humanity. This failed because Enki saved his favorite son, Siusudra. Now, Siusudra in the Sumerian in the Sumerian tablets is Noah. Siusudra, what's right here? Siusudra is basically Noah. This is your Bible Noah. Your Noah in the Bible, is his name is Siusudra. So this is where we begin to see like the original story of the flood, the original story of creation and whatnot. But tonight we're gonna focus on the story of the flood, right? Because that's what I want to teach you guys and show you guys, that the story that you guys read in the Bible is incomplete. It's incomplete, like, at least, I don't know, man. I would say like is I would say 70% incomplete. That's a lot. That's a lot, bro. So imagine what the stuff that we're reading is the stuff that is missing. You know what I'm saying? And again, this is according to the archaeology. You guys cannot renounce archaeology now. It'll be crazy if you guys renounce archaeology to like go back and subscribe to the Bible, when the Bible was highly revised by the Roman Empire since the Council of the Church, during the Council of Nicaea, all the way to the Council of Constantinople, right? So I mean, that's your Bible. That's highly revised over 300 years, versus these tablets that have not. You know, these guys, these tablets, these knowledge that is written in these tablets predate the Bible. It predates the Israelites for at least, bro. The Israelites weren't even around when these tablets were written. So, Enlil then God, Enlil, which is Yahweh, then God all the gods to swear to cooperate in exterminating the whole human race in an impending flood. This failed because Enki saved his favorite son, Siusudra, by allowing him to build an ark and so save the human race and the animals. This tablet stars at the famine attempt by the gods had just failed. See, because again, the council of the gods is that they were gonna brought plagues, death and destruction and sickness and drought to the people. And when that didn't work out, they decided to do the unthinkable. and so Enki, because he's the one, according to, and again, this is the information I'm bringing out, right? So that you guys can actually understand that what you guys believe in your Bibles, you guys believe in Sumerian mythology. That's all you guys believe in. And you think that's divine. You think that's like your God, that, oh yeah, Yahweh sent the flood. Oh, praise to Yahweh. You guys are literally praising a demon that basically kills and destroys for fun. That's what you guys are praising. When you guys say, oh, praise to Yahweh, brother. Yeah, Khan, praise to Yahweh. For what? for the destruction that he brought to the planet, because you guys don't know the true story of what was happening during the times of the pre-flood era, on the pre-atomized civilizations. It was a lot going on, bro. You know, and a lot of stuff was hidden away. So he was allowed to build an ark because Siusudra, Noah, was actually he was one of the sons of the gods. He was the son of Enki. And this is why you guys read in the Bible. As a matter of fact, let's read the book of Enoch. We're going to read the book of Enoch, chapter 105. Hold on, watch this. I'm going to show you the correlation of what we read in the Sumerian, so you guys can see just a glimpse. It's pretty wild. Enoch 105. All right, so the book of Enoch 105 is basically like you guys are going to read the birth of Noah. But this birth of Noah is going to be strange because it's going to tell you that he doesn't look like human. All right, ready? All right. I'm still answering your question, brother, Joe Bisakar, and then I think yeah, it's all related, bro. Like I said, a lot of these gods are basically all family. You know, that they live long, fucking thousands upon thousands of years, and this is why they're basically seen as gods, because these guys are able to live like long. Their longevity is basically like, you know, they have long longevities. That's the point. They have long longevities, so they're able to live, you know, past, you know, 1,000 years and whatnot. So whether or not they're doing it by transferring their consciousness, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I mean, there's like a lot of technology that is coming out now, a lot of hints you guys see in the movies, where they're basically coming out with that technology where you're gonna be able to be immortal now. You're gonna live in a machine, in an AI system, right? Because they're gonna transfer your consciousness if you want to, if you're allowed, if you have the money. That's basically what the technology is evolving into. This is gonna be the future of the human race, where they're gonna either choose to like remain on this planet entrapped, encased on this planet, with your consciousness downloaded into a robot, bro. Like, think about it. That's pretty wild. But anyways, so all right, so according to the Sumerian tablets, right? Siusudra was one of the sons of one of the Anunnaki gods, which is Enki. Enki was the one that fashioned humanity in a lab, right? As a matter of fact, let me show you. Hold on. Let me show you. All right, it says to achieve these, they realized that cloning their own species was not going to do their trick, as it would give the offspring an equal genetic capacity to themselves. So they didn't want to create like the human race with the same capacity as them to like be able to reach like, you know, 500 years, 600 years. So they wanted to keep humans dumbed down, and that's why you have certain switches within the human biology that are switched off, like your speed, like your strength, like the power of the mind and things like that. So there's like a lot of stuff that was locked up within the genome of the human race. This is why you have geneticists saying that there's like extra helix of DNA that is just there. Like, but what is the point of that extra helix of DNA doing there? What's the point? And so they're coming up with conclusions that are beyond what they learn. So let's just say that. The obvious answer to the problem was to cross their own their own more evolved DNA with that of the Homo erectus, a resident species here on Earth. Although the Anunnaki did possess enough knowledge of genetics to clone a number of possible beings, it's much clearer now that they probably also had to switch off or disconnect some of the important genes in the proposed slave species in order to prevent certain advanced characteristics within the human body, right? So Sitchin's translations of Sumerian tablets tells us in great detail about how they tried and tried again to get the egg to fertilize in the surrogate females and allow the clone to grow into the healthy baby. They describe the Homo erectus as, quote, this is some of the tablets, among the animals on the steppe they live, they know not dressing in garments. Shaggy with hair is their whole body. See, this is basically like how they began their creation, like as an experiment, like a genetic experiment. Like they couldn't even talk, they couldn't even read. They were naked. They were like animals, bro. Like monkey experiments in a lab. It says no creature like that has ever in Eden been seen. End quote. Then tell us exactly what the purpose of the new creature will be. A primitive worker shall be created. Our commands will he understand. You see that? That was the whole point of humanity. When these gods began to like genetically engineer the human race, right? In a lab, right? They were doing insemination, sperm insemination, right? In a lab to create clones in order to like create life. And that's the experiments that they were doing way back in the day. A primitive worker shall be created. Our commands will he understand. Our tools he will handle. The toil in the excavations he shall perform. See, he was going to be a worker, a slave, like like the human race is now, slave to the system. Man. The toil in the excavations he shall perform. There are a number of lamentations about their despair as they failed on several attempts to create the primitive worker. Quote, we must try once more. The admixture needs adjusting. In the crystal bowl, the oval of an earth female she inseminated. ... which means that the text is missing. There was conception. ... text is missing. This one more in the likeness of the Anunnaki was, end quote. But their attempts failed on many occasions before they created the perfect species. Again, quote, and again, Ninma, which is Ninma. The word Ninma is basically like an ancient word which goes back to like mother wisdom. Ninma means like the mother of the living. Kind of like Hava means also like Hawa, and like Eve is basically all connected to like mother wisdom. Because like the council of creation, the ones that you guys read in Genesis, right? Like, let us create men in our image, after our likeness. It was three gods. It was Ninma, right? Ninhursa got Ninma right there, and you have Ningishira or Enki, one of them two. They were all geneticists right there. This is the council of creation according to the Sumerian tablets. So where are we? All right, let's go back. Okay, so we're in the book of Enoch, right? So they created humans, right? And so one of the sons of Enki, right, is Noah. Noah, in the book of Enoch 105, tells you exactly why he looked different. Check this out. It says, after a time, my son Methuselah took a woman for his son Lamech. She became pregnant by him and brought forth a child, the flesh of which was as white as snow. So he was white, right? And red as a rose. See, so he had rosy cheeks and he was rosy, right? The hair of his head was white like wool. And so this is where you have the black Hebrew Israelites getting all excited, thinking that he was an albino black person, which is completely out of the question. The word albino is not here. It says that he had white skin and he had rose red as a nose, meaning he was rosy. Now the version that I'm reading is from the Sefer. The Sefer is basically kind of like it leaves a lot of the Hebrew words transliterated in the English language for you guys to see. So that's why it says, and red as a rose. Why? Because the word red is basically the same color that Adam was born into. Adam, Dhamma is red soil. Anyways, it says, and whose eyes were beautiful. When he opened them, he illuminated all the house like the sun. The whole house abounded with light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, Lamach, his father, became afraid of him, and flying away came to his own father Methuselah, and said, I have begotten a son unlike the others. He is not of men. See that? He is not of men, but resembling the offspring of the angels of heaven, which is the Nephilim, the fallen ones, the Anunnaki. The angels of heaven is B'nai HaElohim in the Hebrew. It also means Giborim, or the mighty ones, right? Gigantes in the Greek means Giborim, which means mighty ones, which is also referring to the angels. And the Anunnaki themselves, ding 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 ding, are also referred as what? As those whom as those from heaven, or those from heavenly places. Right, that's what the Anuna means. Anuna means heavenly places, and the word ki means like heaven. So he is not of men, but resembling the offspring of the angels of heaven, is of a different nature, being altogether unlike to us. You see that? His eyes are as the rays of the sun, his countenance glorious, and he looks not as if he belonged to me, but to the angels. You see that? So now that we learned that the birth of Noah was weird, strange, now we can connect the dots, like in the Sumerian writings, right, in the Sumerian tablets, which clearly says that partial tablet translation. It says they broke the cosmic barrier. This is what it says right there. They broke the cosmic barrier. The flood which you mentioned, whose is it? The gods, see, the Elohim, which is the council. The gods, when the gods came in and basically swore with Yahweh, with Enlil, aka El, they swore that they would destroy the entire human race, right? And they now, you guys remember when the angels basically fell down to Mount Hermon? Mount Hermon is basically the symbolism of how the Anuna basically came back again, right? Because when you guys read the book of Genesis, it tells you that in book of Genesis chapter 6, that it says that the Nephilim were in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of the of B'nai Elohim fell down to heaven, right, to the earth. So when was this other time? When was the other incursion when the angels basically again came and touched ground and began to do their deeds? Well, during the Hermon. Hermon is basically when you have the 200 angels that made an oath amongst themselves that they were going to do such and such and such and such. You guys can read that in the book of Enoch, right? Everybody is familiar with that book. Everybody knows the story. So in the book of Enoch, it tells you how the angels basically swore that they were going to do such and such. Well, according to the Sumerian tablets, those who counsel amongst themselves, it was Enlil, right? And the gods to swear to cooperate in exterminating the whole human race. So that was the counsel of Yahweh, which is the counsel that we read in 2 Kings chapter 22, 20, 21, and 22, which is what we read in the Sumerian tablets, right? Which is what we read which is obviously we don't find these details in the Bible, in the book of Genesis. But now you guys, I'm showing you guys so you guys can actually do your own research. So Enlil was basically opposed to the flood. It says they broke the cosmic barrier. The flood which you mentioned, whose is it? The gods, see, the Elohim, commanded total destruction. Enlil did an evil deed on the people. They commanded in the assembly of the gods. You see, the assembly of the gods. You guys remember the assembly of the gods? Bringing a flood for a later day. Let us do the deed. Atrahasis. You see that? And so that's basically like in a very short version, kind of like the version of the story of the flood according to the Atrahasis story, which is the story of the Babylonians, which predate the Torah for 1,000 years, bro. 1,000 years. And so this is what I'm saying, that whenever the Israelites were at, they always copy certain things, certain aspects of that culture. When they were in Babylon, guess what they learned? They learned about Marduk. Marduk was the god of Babylon back in those days. Well, they subscribed to Marduk and they brought some of the ideologies and Kabbalah and all that stuff to the land. And so this is where we begin to see like the nation of Israel basically going from like the Sumerian gods to the other family of the gods, and so it was all the same every time, time and time and time and time and time again, subscribing to these fallen gods, these angels and demons of the earth, and so this is why you have the Gnostics basically telling you guys like, you guys have been sacrificing to angels and demons and whatnot, and that's what the Bible says also. So let me see. Joby Sakara, what's going on, brother? Welcome to live. Yo, Joby Sakara, you there, bro? Welcome to live.
Shalom, man. Sorry.
No, that's okay, man. What's going
I
on?
was, no, I was just listening to your presentation, man. Interesting stuff. I mean, some of the stuff, you were going into on that question I asked.
Oh, okay.
Um, this whole Sumerian thing,
Let me just
and
finish my hold on. Let me just finish my train of thought and let you speak. Hold on. So I was saying that, and so this is why you have the Israelites basically subscribing to like these ideologies about human sacrifice and animal sacrifice and burnt offerings and the like, all the basically ritualistic arts from the mystery schools of Egypt, right? And so Leviticus 17:7 it says, "And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. These shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations." Obviously, that wasn't a statute because the Israelites went back to worshiping these lower entities, demanding sacrifice and burnt offerings and human sacrifice also, like the Abraham and stuff, and like that priest, the Harkon, whatever the like. So you guys see, and so the Sumerians tell you like it gives you like, it breaks it down like who was the guy that brought the flood, who was the council that brought the flood, who was the one that was trying to save the human race and whatnot. But yeah, we're gonna dive into that direction, and then we're gonna like go into the Greek mythology, and I think we're gonna jump into the Hindu mythology, and then we're gonna come back to the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we're gonna end with that. But Joe, basically, what were you saying, brother? Welcome to live. What's up?
uh, I'm well, man. You touched on a couple of things that I was going to ask you about. Well, first, the whole Sumerian thing about them genetically making us, and I guess there was a species of human called the Agigi, I guess, that was here, and they were
No,
like a savage. No?
no, no. The Igigi The Igigi is what you guys call the Watchers, right? The Igigi means the Watchers.
Okay, okay,
Okay,
okay.
so what the Igigi, according to the Sumerian story, right? Now we're talking about the Sumerians. So when
Mhm,
I share this information, it's not that I completely believe everything that the Sumerians speak about,
mhm,
because there's certain things that I'm like, whoa, and there's things that like you guys are gonna find, and it's gonna blow your minds. But just the simple stuff, right? The Igigi, according to the Sumerian tablets, are basically the Watchers, and the reason why they were called the Watchers is because according to the cosmogony of the Sumerians, the job of the Igigi was basically to watch the heavens from any intrusion of other civilizations, because they wanted to be the only ones to conquer this planet and
mhm,
terraform it, and they want to be they wanted to be the only ones to terraform it, to create a human race or some sort of like slave force that they could like manipulate,
mhm,
and then
mhm.
and seed the planet. So that's why they were called the Igigi, because they were watching the heavens, like the stratosphere and the
Gotcha,
exosphere, just in case
gotcha.
like any other like spaceship came in. And so this is the story, bro. I know it
Mhm.
sounds like too sciencey, too science fiction, but that's basically what the text says. The
Yeah,
text
yeah,
says what I just
yeah.
said. So
And
so
I
yeah,
guess
so
there was a human race, some kind of race, like you said, Homo erectus or something like that. I guess this race was too savage or something like that. They were following orders or something like that, and they made like
no,
the human
no,
race.
no, that's the Homo erectus are basically like, bro, the Homo erectus are nothing more than you guys, the chimpanzees that you guys see, because when you guys look at genetics, there's many geneticists out there that have spoken about this, but I'm just gonna like paraphrase it. But they said that there's basically there's only one difference within the genome of the human race between humans and then monkeys or chimpanzees or something like that.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, 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 yeah.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
there's only one gene that's able
Mhm,
to make the difference within the brain, which is gives
mhm,
us the access to consciousness, right? Because
mhm,
to be
mhm,
human is basically us just having access to the portal of consciousness, which is the consciousness of creation.
mhm,
Animals are part of creation, right? And they do have an anima. They do have a soul. That's why they call animals. I mean, animals
mhm,
comes from the word animus or anima. Anima means alma. Alma means soul, and so they have a soul. So they have feelings. They have emotions. This is why they cry. They and stuff. But as far as the spirit of God and other stuff, I don't know, man. As far as consciousness, I mean, I don't know if they're connected to the conscious state of source, or like the father where we come from, or they're just animated, like animals animated, right? So
mhm.
as far
But
as that
do
goes,
you
so
think, my bad, I didn't mean to cut you
uh,
off.
go ahead.
Do you think the reason why we were created is to be a slave race to mine gold for these people?
I don't know about the mining of gold, but I think we can see how humanity is ran, as being ran right now. Just look at what
Yes,
humanity is
understood.
doing.
Hmm.
Well, just look at how humanity lives, right? Everybody goes to work 40 hours a week, and then you're
Hmm.
given 2 days to like free roam around. But in reality, people don't free roam around on the weekends. People do a part-time job or an odd job, and everybody is enslaved to these. I call it the energetic siphoning matrix system. That's what I call it, because you are being siphoned at a energetic level in everything that
Hmm.
you do, especially when it has to do with evil. When you guys want to murder and kill and stone people to death, or when you guys act in hatred and division against other people and other races because you think your God is better than your God. So that's how the division begins, and that's how you put an output of your own energy, which is negative, out to these beings, these entities that basically sucking in all your energy. And so it's an ongoing thing, bro. This is what's going on right now.
Another question. Do you think magic is evil?
First of all, what is magic?
Um,
What is
I'm
magic?
assuming something that that happens, that supernaturally happens. I'm assuming. that
So okay.
that it couldn't be accounted for unless it was supernatural, like divine, um, revelation to kind of just make something happen. You know what I mean? I
Okay.
mean,
So
I'm assuming that they made, how they call it witchcraft, you know what I mean? And, they have these names for it, but I'm assuming our people did a lot of magic uh, to be a powerful people,
well,
to have
one of the
knowledge. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean one of the examples of what you're saying is the Passover.
Hmm.
Passover was an instruction given by an angel to say that, hey, there's gonna be an angel of death passing through the land of Egypt to kill the firstborn of the Egyptians. That's human
Hmm.
sacrifice.
Hmm.
But you guys can protect yourselves by doing blood magic. Why don't you guys sacrifice a lamb? Yeah, I like lambs. Why don't you guys sacrifice a lamb? And then why don't you use the blood, which represents life, and paint your post on your doors and your windows? Why don't you guys do that? Okay, great. Cool. Now you know what that's called? That's called blood magic. Blood magic is one of the highest of levels of magicals when it comes to the craft. Why? Because
Hmm.
now you're invoking and using someone else's life for your own benefit.
Hmm.
So when we talk about magic, magic is not evil in itself. Just like energy is not evil in itself, it's how you use it. For example, energy, when you guys use energy, you use energy to charge your phones, to charge your refrigerators, to turn on your lights and whatever the like. But if you guys use energy to like shock people to death, well, that's evil. The evil is not the electricity. The evil is you. Well, magic is
Hmm.
basically like the energy that is around it. There's two types of energy. There's subtle energy and there's like physical energy. The physical
Hmm.
energy is basically the one that you have right now, like the one that your
Hmm.
body is using to like digest, the one that your heart uses to pump blood to the entire system, and then create an electromagnetic system or an electromagnetic field around you, right? And so that's the physical energy. The subtle energy is basically your etheric bodies, that the layers that you have. And then you have the etheric energy or the ethereal world, which is the energy all around us, which is nothing more than energy. That's why you have the elements of water, earth, fire, and air. They are elementals. They're energy. They're all energy. Everything's energy. Everything's frequency,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
so what magic is, right? What magic
Hmm.
really is just energy. It's how you use the energy to like either do evil or heal people and be able to like divine for good and help people through their struggles and whatnot, or help yourself, because at the end of the day, like magic is basically first and foremost to help yourself, to help you in your journey to like battle against demons and whatnot, because that's basically what it is. If you guys do not understand like the spiritual aspects of your journey, like it's gonna become so physical to a lot of people, to carnal minded. So when people talk
Yeah.
about, oh yeah, we're battling demons and principalities, they don't understand it. They think it's just like a joke, or it's like, oh no, it's just something that they made up because they're too high, or they're eating too much mushrooms and whatnot. It's not that.
Hmm.
Everybody knows that there's a spiritual world. So the spiritual world is basically what magic is. It's just the way you use the magic with the intention and emotional state. So that's magic.
Gotcha.
So but there's magic that can be used as evil, like the magic and the human sacrifice and the animal ritualistic sacrifice the Israelites were doing. That was given by an angel.
What's your thoughts about the Dia de los Muertos?
What about it?
Do you think it's a bad holiday?
What would I think is bad? What's bad about it?
Well,
What do you think?
you know
What
how
do you
they.
think is bad?
No, no, no. I mean, I don't think there's nothing wrong with honoring the people from your past. Your loved ones and stuff. And I'm not sure if that is how you know you know how you got the Most High, and then you have the enemy who tries to mimic the Most High. So I'm assuming that's probably they try to make it evil like Halloween. You know what I mean? And I don't think it is, and I don't because that we don't celebrate it like that. You know what I mean? So I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Well, personally, bro, I grew up celebrating Dia de los Muertos back home. Like we used to do ofrendas to my aunties, grandmas, great
Mm,
grandparents and stuff.
mm.
But we never worshiped the dead. We never talked to the dead. It's just kind of like a memorial.
Like a
It's like a
respect,
memorial
right?
you do to remember like their deeds, to talk about their deeds, or like
Mhm.
you remember their lives like in greatness and joy. And if you cry, then it's part of the healing process as well because of grief. But uh to uh to to prove what I'm saying, we can go
Mhm.
to the book of Deuteronomy chapter 34 verse 8, when you have the Israelites grieve for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days until the time of weeping and mourning was over. You see that? So there was 30 days that the Israelites basically were I don't know, feasting, having a memorial about the life of Moses for 30 days, grieving,
Interesting.
crying. That's Dia de los
Yeah,
Muertos,
yeah.
right?
Interesting. Interesting shit. Yeah, yeah. That's what I meant, bro. That's what I meant. Um, I'm assuming because you know how we're the Hebrews, there had to be traditions that we
There's
carried
nothing
on.
special about being the Hebrews, bro. I'm telling you that right now. There's nothing special about being the Hebrews. Anybody that's claiming to be Hebrews, for what? You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, yeah. I understand what you're saying, and I was gonna ask you another thing. What's your thoughts on? Have you heard of those two spacecraft that went out like in 1978, the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2?
Voyager. I don't know, man. I know. No, I never heard of them. Tell me about it.
No. Well, there's these spacecraft that were supposed to be, take pictures of Uranus and Jupiter and Pluto
Oh, right,
and
right, 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 right. Yeah, yeah. They found the
yeah,
potato, the what's it called? The phobos. It's called phobos,
yeah,
I think. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. They.
it and both
Yeah.
of those spacecraft went into interstellar space, and I guess it broke the heliopause, where the protective barrier, where it protects us from these cosmic rays, and this, where the sun's rays protect us and all this other shit. Anyways,
Supposedly. Right.
yeah, supposedly, and just recently, they said that Voyager 1 was intercepted.
Oh shit. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I heard
bro.
about. No, I heard
What do
about
you
that too,
what
bro.
what's
Like,
your thoughts on that, bro? What's your thoughts on
okay.
that?
All right. Well, my thoughts on the matter, right? Well, first of
Yeah.
like, first, I mean, we can like dive deep into this whole thing because then we have to consider whether the Earth is flat or whether it's a globe or whether it's like an oval shape, like an egg, which is most likely is like an egg, right? It's
Mhm.
just like the middle part is like the flat area where we live, and then you have the
Mhm.
underground, like the underground, what many cultures spoke about, and then you have the upper world.
Yeah,
But
yeah, 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 yeah.
that's basically that's the middle. But then there's
Mhm.
other lands beyond our the Antarctic. Who knows? There's like a lot of this is like another topic that I would like to do another day. But when it comes to that right there, the discovery of Phobos and how there's like an opening in that moon, and
Mhm.
they saw lights too. They saw like a big massive door being opened up and closing down.
Right.
I don't know if
Right.
you saw that right too. You saw, okay. Okay, so that,
I see something about lights. I seen that part.
well, I
Like
seen
city
one where, yeah,
lights. Look
there's,
like city
yeah,
lights.
yeah, it looks like a base like on that moon.
Mhm.
But what's strange is that there's another moon too that has like a wall going all around it. It looks like it kind of looks like the Death Star type of deal.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like a hole in this ball or something.
Yeah, but
Like
it has like a wall, like almost like you have two semi circles, semi
uh-huh.
spheres, and smash them together, and you create this middle dent.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
basically what.
Interesting.
Yeah, and so a lot of NASA scientists are saying that, oh, that looks like that is like man-made, like it's some sort of structure. It's not even a moon, bro. So my thoughts on that, bro, is like I really don't know what to think about, because uh, it's hard to explain the cosmology according to the current understanding, right? The which is the heliocentric model,
Mhm.
right? The heliocentric model is basically saying like, okay, well, there's an outer space, and in outer space there's other planets and right? That's the idea. That's the ideology. But I subscribe to the flat Earth model. But
Mhm.
in the flat Earth model, you have these planets that are beyond this middle section of the world, this
Mhm.
middle section of the flat
That
Earth.
would make it
Be-
geocentric.
yeah, so
If
I'm
yeah.
into. Yeah, so I'm geocentric, but the
Mhm.
model, right? So the flat Earth model is what I believe, but
Mhm.
there's I don't know. There's like a guy that I used to follow. I forgot his name is Orbs or something.
Mhm.
He used to speak about there's well, according to General Byrd, when he went to the Antarctica with like a crew of 3,000 sailors and
Mhm.
stuff. He went and explored for 3 months beyond the Antarctic, and he came back with like one ship and 1,000 sailors, because there was like a lot of people got lost and a lot of shit happened. So when he came back, he was basically saying that there's like other civilizations on the other side of the Antarctic wall, and how there's like a race of giants, and the technology that they have is like way more advanced than what they had back in those days.
Mhm.
So my thoughts on that, bro, is like I think a lot of the planets that we have are basically suns and moons, or moons from the other realms that exist within this plane, within this what would you call it, the Earth, the flat Earth model.
Mhm.
Because I think beyond, according to General Byrd, and I think that's why they killed him too, because that's like another conspiracy as well. But I think,
He,
I think,
I,
I
I
think,
never I
yeah.
never read into his death. I never read into his death.
Oh yeah, yeah. Look into it. I think I'm gonna do a
Mm.
podcast on that too. When I do a flat Earth podcast, I'm
Mhm.
gonna speak about that. But yeah, what I think is that I think those are basically like man-made satellites, kind of like the moon. A lot of people
Mhm.
say that the moon. A lot of people a lot of research out there. As a matter of fact, they came out with the movie called Moonfall. Moonfall. You guys look it up. Moonfall. Basically, is like a movie letting you know that the moon is nothing more than an artificial satellite in order to control the frequency of the human race at a collective level. and
Interesting.
col- and collect consciousness information, or conscious information, or information of consciousness of the collective. And so that's what the information's out there. I mean, I gotta do more research. I mean, at the end of the day, when we do research, bro, we're never gonna be able to get to the bottom of the truth, because
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
the information has been like it has been compartmentalized like so much in miniature pieces here and there and scattered abroad,
Yeah.
that whenever you try to like piece the pieces together, it takes a while, and then by the time you get old, or whatever, you died, and I don't know, man. A lot of things happen. So I mean, there's pieces and of information out there, where the people can like pick up the trail, and then just go and follow the trail.
Right,
Follow the
right. I
trail,
think
bro.
it's very interesting, man, that and this has happened twice, bro, where they said it was intercepted, and then they got it to were deliberating, and NASA trying to figure out what the problem was, and you find out that they weren't able to reenact the same condition that they're witnessing out in deep space, and they were trying to blame it on a computer that they had turned off to conserve energy because the communication or the power supply was diminishing. So they're trying to, you know, utilize the important instruments and just put away the rest that weren't so important. And apparently, when they were trying to send the signal through, it went through one of the computers that was turned off, supposedly. But these are some of the things that we're not being told, and the cat's out of the bag already. It's I don't have the technology. I don't think you have the technology to communicate with satellites.
You
Especially
know,
out in deep space. So that's just interesting stuff, man.
um,
I posed this question to someone else, and they said, "Oh man, that's the ancestors."
the
That's the
what?
ancestors. They said that. Oh man, that's the ancestors.
What?
Intercepting Voyager 1.
Oh, man, yeah, a lot of see there's like a lot of misinformation out there within the awakening community, the new age community. There's like a lot of bullshit and there's like a lot of just nonsense. So people have to be careful, like when they come
Yeah.
across certain information, to always cross-reference stuff, bro. So
Right.
going back to your question, bro, about the dead, El Día de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead, right?
Hmm.
In Genesis 50, chapter verse 3 and through 10, it says, "And 40 days were fulfilled for him. For so are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed, and the Egyptians mourn for him 60 and 10 days." That's like 70 days, like
Mm,
celebrating the death of Jacob. I think that's when Jacob died, I believe. Um,
interesting.
Numbers 20:29, it says, "And when all the congregation saw that Aaron was dead, they mourned for Aaron 30 days, even all the house of Israel." See, El Día de los Muertos.
Mm,
First Samuel
that's interesting.
25, verse 1. This is the last one. First Samuel 25, verse 1. And Samuel died, and all the Israelites were gathered together and lamented him and buried him in his house at Ramah. And David arose and went down to the wilderness of Paran. So basically, like, we see like four examples: Moses, Aaron, Jacob, and Samuel dying, and you have the Israelites basically celebrating the death, the Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead, for their brothers and sisters, bro. The people that died, the leaders, the elders, the people that are important, that led the nation. So
Interesting.
yeah, so people that are the Bible believers out there that are just a bunch of not cases that do not understand
Mhm.
these things, bro. They're gonna be like, yeah, bro, that's evil, bro. That's Khan,
Yeah,
Khan,
yeah,
and people are celebrating very, very ignorantly, bro. It's very
yeah.
ignorant for people
Okay,
to,
yes.
yeah, it's like, oh, Khan, yeah, oh, Khan, bro. And people believe like they have the truth when, like, in fact, like, you have individuals basically celebrating Dia de los Muertos in the Torah. 30 days crying, lamenting, and
Right, and that
like,
that
come
and that
on, man.
without even reading, without you bringing that up to me, those scriptures, man, I just, your spirit knew. It's just it wasn't. It was more than they made it out to be. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I thank you for clarifying that, man. I'll get off and I'll listen to you in the background, man. I appreciate you.
yeah, for sure, man. Thanks for coming on,
All
bro.
right,
Appreciate it. Have a great
all
night,
right,
all
take
right?
care. You too,
Peace.
boss. Bye bye.
Cool, cool. All right, man. So, I don't know. Oh, so the point that I was bringing out is that you have the story according to the Sumerians says that Enki's son, aka Siusudra, was the one that basically he was given the plans to create like a boat, like what would you call it, a submarine of metal, in order to put all the genetic information in the boat, in order to save the various types of living organisms. That's basically how it happened, according to the Sumerians, right? According to the Sumerians. So we're gonna continue to read on, and then I don't know where are we? Right there, okay. Right. So I mean, right there, that's the tablet that I was reading from. It tells you that Enki saved his favorite son Siusudra, which is basically you guys' Noah, right? Noah is what's being spoken up in this tablet. We have another one right here, and I'm gonna read it real quick, and then we're gonna continue to read all this stuff. This is another tablet. again, predating your Torah for 1,000 years. Speaking about the flood and how it really happened, Sumerian flood story. The Neo-Sumerian on clay is mankind's oldest reference to the Deluge, together with a tablet in Philadelphia. The only other tablet bearing this story in Sumerian. See that? The Sumerian Noah is described as the priest of Enki. You see that? The priest of Enki, which was his son. And again, we read earlier in the book of Enoch, right? We read earlier in the book of Enoch, 105 verse 1 through 4 or 5, that Noah's birth was strange. He looked like one of the sons of the gods. And well, evidently enough, we see and read in the Sumerian tablets how Noah, right, was a priest to one of the gods of the Sumerians. See that? The Sumerian Noah is described as the priest of Enki, which is new information. See, nobody knew about this, right? Until like you begin to connect the dots. Enoch chapter 105, verse 1 through 4 tells you the birth of Noah, and how his birth basically was a reference to him being one of the descendants of the gods. Well, we know according to the Sumerian tablets that god was Enki, the very same god that gave instructions to Noah, to Siusudra, to I don't know, Upnapishni, aka Noah, about what was going to come in the flood. The Sumerian flood story is the oldest forerunner to the biblical account of the flood. Genesis 6:5, 9, and 29. According to the British Museum, their Neo-Babylonian tablet with the flood story as part of the Epic of Gilgamesh is the most famous tablet in the world. The tablet shown here is over 1,000 years older than the one in the British Museum. See that? So this one is even older than the other one. All right. Yeah, exactly. Sicom Rascom. I always wonder what your name means, bro. If you want to type it in, what it means, let me know. So we have the Greeks. Zeus sent a flood to destroy the men of the Bronze Age. Prometheus advised his son, the Deucalion, to build a chest. You see, so I'm about to show you how the story of like the story of creation, the story of the flood is basically mirrored, is basically spoken of, is mirrored all throughout every civilization on the planet, right? So you have the Greek story of the flood. Zeus sent a flood to destroy the men of the Bronze Age. Prometheus advised his son Deucalion, just like Enki told his son Siusudra, aka Noah, about what the flood and what he had to do to save the living organisms and all genetic information, right? Well, the Greeks are basically saying the same thing. Prometheus basically symbolizes Enki, because according to the story of the Sumerians, right, Enki was the one that activated certain aspects within the genome of the humans that they created, so that the humans were able to access the state of consciousness of the human race, meaning be able to think spiritually, be able to send, be able to understand like higher aspects. And this is why the gods didn't like it back in the days. Why? Because when humanity began to like achieve certain level of knowledge, they said what? Oh, well, they're becoming like one of us. They're becoming like one of us. They're becoming to be a danger. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, they're crossing the line. You know, they're becoming like God. They're becoming like us. Isn't that what we read? Right? Let me read it. There. Genesis 3:22. And the Lord God said, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and eat of the tree of life, because they didn't want the human race to be like They didn't want the human race to live thousands of years like they do. So that's why the short span of humanity, the lifespan of humanity was shortened to like 120 years way back in those days, right? And so that that second generation of the pre-Adamites and the Adamites, the descendants of Adam, they were the last generation to exist on this planet, which were able to live like 200, 300, 400, 500, 900 years, which is Methuselah, which is the longest, the longest, according to the Bible, right? This is according to the Bible. He's the oldest man on the planet is Methuselah, right? And even the Gnostics and even the Sumerian tablets tell you that as well, like the story of Gilgamesh, which we're gonna read in a minute. So Prometheus advised his son Deucalion to build a chest. All other men perished except for a few who escaped to high mountains. When the rain ceased, he sacrificed to Zeus, the god of escape. See, what did Noah do? When he got out of the ark, what did he do? He sacrificed to who? To Enlil, to the council of the gods. And this is one of the, like, I think I did a post like years ago about that. Let me see if I can find it so I can show you. See. Okay, stop. There it is right here. So I brought this out in April the 9th to 2018, right? And I brought out the tablets 13 and 14 of the memoirs of Enki, right? And so this is basically after the flood. It says, Anu, elder leader of the Anunnaki, said, while fates were we decreed, the hand of destiny at every step directed, the will of the creator of all is on earth and for earthlings. Only emissaries are we. See that? So the Anunnaki are not the gods. They're like emissaries. They're like messengers, but they fucked up anyway. It says, on earth and for earthlings, only emissaries are we. The earth to the earthlings belong. To preserve and advance them, we were intended. See that? So they only came to basically advance, like the hominids, the Homo erectus that were living on this planet way back in the day. To preserve and advance them, we were intended. Whatever destiny for the earth and earthlings, let it be so. If men, not Anunnaki, to inherit the earth is destined, let us destiny help. Give mankind knowledge, secrets of the heavens, and earth them, teach them laws of justice and righteousness, teach them, and then depart and leave. See that? So that's basically like when the Anunnaki basically came after the flood. You have Noah that gave an offering. You guys remember? That's the story. That's you guys' story. That's the biblical story. When Noah came out of the ark, he gave an offering to these gods, and this is basically where the council took place, where you have Anu and Lil, and the council of seven, the council of creation with Ninma, Enki, and Ninhursag, and Ningishita, and Anu, and they all said like, well, the earth belongs to the humans. Let's not interfere. Let's just like leave the planet and tell them like, oh, well, we fucked up on these and on the third, and well, we'll leave you now to your own demise. So peace. And so that's basically what they're, that's basically the story according to the Sumerians. That's what they teach. And so when we read this, the cosmology of the Greeks is the same thing. It's just that the names change, right? Now over here, his name is Zeus instead of Enlil, and instead of Enki, this is Prometheus, right? And instead of Deucalion in the Sumerians is Nisiu Sudra, right? And you guys both to the ancient writings, his name is Nipushnim or something like that, which is basically Noah, right? Zeus sent a flood to destroy the men of the Bronze Age. Prometheus advised his son Deucalion to build a chest. All other men perished except for a few who escaped to high mountains. When the rain ceased, he sacrificed to Zeus, the god of escape. An older version of the story, told us by Hellanicus, has the Deucalion's ark landing on Mount Orthris in Thessaly. Another account has him landing on a peak, probably Phouka in Argolis, later called Nemea. You see that? So that's the Greek version of the flood. We're gonna read the Scandinavian story. It says Odin, Vili, and Ve fought and slew the great ice giant Ymir, and ice water from his wound drowned most of the Rime giants. The giant Belgamir escaped with his wife and the children on a boat. See that? This is why you have like ancient like stories. Like this is oral tradition that I'm talking about. According to the oral tradition that was passed down to like the elders upon the elders, among the elders and the chiefs and the shamans, it says that Noah was like, since he was the son of the gods, he was also a giant. Like he was not a regular human being. So just something to think about when it comes to a lot of the stories that we're familiar with. Like there's half truths and half lies. And so like when we continue to dive deep into like these stories, we begin to see that there's a much broader story that is being told. It's not being told by mainstream religion and organized religion nowadays. You know what I'm saying? The Celtic story says, "Heaven and earth were great giants, and heaven laid upon the earth, so that the children were crowned between them, and the children and their mother were unhappy in the darkness. The boldest of the sons led his brothers in cutting up heaven into pieces. From his skull they made the firmament. His spilling blood caused a great flood, which killed all humans except a single pair, who were saved in a ship made by a beneficent Titan." Ding, 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 ding. The Titan are nothing more than the Gregory. The Gregory in the Greek goes back to the Gigantes. The Gigantes is translated as the mighty ones, which are the Nephilim, which are the Anunnaki. See? There are many more flawed stories, such as Lithuanian, German, Turkish, Vogel, Egyptian, Persian, even the Quran in Surah 11:25 and 48, referring to the flood, adding that the earth was swallowed the water, and the boat came to rest on a mountain called Al-Judi. One of Noah's disbelieving sons drowned in the flood. An apocryphal book of Adam tells us how Adam instructed that his body, together with gold, incense, and myrrh. Sounds familiar? You guys remember when Christ was born, and then the mages of the east brought incense, myrrh, gold, and incense, and myrrh. Right? Sounds familiar? I wonder why. An apocryphal book of Adam tells us how Adam instructed that his body, together with gold, incense, and myrrh, should be taken aboard the ark, and after the flood, should be laid in the middle of the earth, which is basically Jerusalem. And this is why a lot of people say that when Christ died, supposedly that's according to the story, because I don't believe Christ died, but according to the story that people say, when Christ died, his blood was spilled down to the Golgotha hill. Now the word Golgotha means skull, because when you guys look at the Golgotha mountain, it looks like a skull. So when the blood was being spilled off on the ground, that blood dripped down on top of the head of the Golgotha, which is the skull, and dripped down to the bones of Adam, because Adam supposedly was buried underneath that hill. You guys follow? It's pretty wild. I mean, who knows if it's true, but if it is, it's pretty wild. Yeah, we're almost done. So, yeah, I'm not sure what I'm talking about. That's the Golgotha. That's the Golgotha hill. That's supposedly where Christ was crucified on top. And basically, the bones of Adam are basically underneath this mountain. And so, when the blood was spilled, like the bones of Adam, he was born. And so, the story of in the New Testament, the Gospels, it says that basically the dead came to life. So, who knows if Adam is alive? I don't know. I'm not saying that he is. I'm just saying that's according to these breakdown, this knowledge that's out there. Yeah, okay. Okay, so yeah, so that's according to the Apocryphal Book of Adam, right? That's the Apocryphal Book of Adam. So yeah, so according to the Book of Adam, in the Apocryphal Book of Adam, it says that the Adam was supposed to be instructed to be buried in the middle of the earth, which is basically the Middle East right now. Even though a lot of people say that the navel of the earth is in South America, which is like on top of the Peruvian mountains, right? And so I don't know. I'm just bringing the information. So you guys can read that in second book of Adam, chapter 8 and 9 through 18, chapter 21, and 7 through 11. So that's basically what the book of Adam in the Apocrypha. The god Kronos in a vision warned Sisutrus, which is basically the same thing as Yusudra according to the Babylonian story of Atrahasis. The god Kronos in a vision warns Sisutrus of a coming flood, ordered him to write a history, see that? And bury it in Sippara, and told him to build and provision a vessel 5 stadia and by 2 stadia for himself, his friends and relations, and all kinds of animals, all of which he did. After the flood had come and abated somewhat, he sent out some birds, which returned. Later he tried again, and the birds returned with mud on their feet. On the third trial, the birds didn't return. He disembarked in the Corcyraean mountains in Armenia, and with his wife, daughter, and pilot offered sacrifices to the gods, which is what Noah did, you know. So the question is, why is this story all throughout the world? Basically changing the names, but basically the story is the same, right? So if these stories are basically talking about the same thing that we read in the Bible, yet the Bible is basically a copy that came much later. You guys got to understand that the Hebrew Israelites in Egypt, all the other nations were already established, right? By the time the Israelites supposedly came out of Egypt during the Exodus, they were the only nation that had not been developed. They didn't have a land. They didn't have a what would you call it? Like a line of priesthood and a line of kings. And this is why when they were in the wilderness, they're like, well, we want a king. We want a king. And so, Saul was chosen from the tribe of Benjamin. And you guys know the story. But the whole point is that the Israelites were basically copying every single aspect of their society that they created later on when they conquer the land of Canaan. When they basically slaughter the Canaanites and the children and the women and whatnot. So that's basically kind of like a little bit of the story of the flood. according to the other civilizations. This is the last one, and we're gonna move on to the I don't know. We're gonna do the Dead Sea Scrolls, so we're gonna close with that. Okay. The Zoroastrian story. After Ahura Mazda has warned Yima that destruction in the form of winter frost, and floods subsequent to the melting of the snow are threatening the sinful world, he proceeds to instruct him to build a vara, right, a fortress or state in which specimens of small and large cattle, human beings, dogs, birds, and red flaming fires, plants, and foodstuffs will have to be deposited in pairs. You see that? So, I mean, we can just continue to read on and on and on and on and on and on, but the whole point is that the story of the flood is not the story of the flood in the book of the Bible, in the book of Genesis, is not the real story. They lie to you. You guys were lied. And you guys don't want to see it because you guys love your lies better than you guys love the truth. Sad. From India to ancient Greece, Mesopotamia, and even among North American tribes, indigenous tribes, there is no shortage of such tales that often enough sound very much alike. Some of these stories truly sound so similar that one could wonder whether all cultures around the planet had experienced such an event. Can it be that all the flood accounts so zealously repeated around the world are a collection of myths or isolated incidents as the mainstream academia maintains? Or was the Great Flood a single worldwide cataclysm that affected all humanity at one point during our prehistory? See that? Who knows? If it's not an isolated incident, though, what known worldwide catastrophe qualifies to be called the Great Flood? Without a doubt, the significant rise of the oceans, a worldwide disaster that at the end of the last ice age erased millions of square miles of dry land around the planet. Maybe that's basically like the doomsday event that took place back in those days all throughout the world, and this is basically what every culture was talking about. When we read their stories, their mythologies, their mythos, and their oral traditions, they speak about this destruction that took place all over the world. So the question is it like, wasn't that just an isolated incident that took place locally all over the world, like regular floods, or something else more like, I don't know, more sinister, more dark, happened in times past? Without a doubt, the significant rise of the oceans, a worldwide disaster that at the end of the last age erased millions of square miles of dry land around the planet. More particularly, it was the abrupt rise of the oceans around 8000 BC, which ultimately led to the flooding of the Mediterranean first, and finally to the flooding of the Black Sea. Although in 1997, William Ryan and Walter Pittman suggested that the flood of the Black Sea took place around 5600 BC, a latest study in 2005 sponsored by UNESCO confirmed that the incident took place much earlier in time and closer to 8000 BC. See, that's how far like they can trace back like the last age and how the last age began, the melting down and the rise of the ocean floors and how many coastal like sites. And this is why you guys found like they're finding cities underground, right? They're finding cities. As a matter of fact, let me show you. They're finding cities under the water. I'm sorry, under the water, right? Let me see. Whew. Let's see. All right. So, for example, right here you have like a cluster of pyramids that were found underground in the ocean floor. This is we're talking about this is around Cuba, right? I'm gonna show you. Consider one anthropological hypothesis that concedes, right? That concedes the possibility of a prehistoric humanity enjoying a high degree of technological development. Some evidence suggests that ancient people appear to have crafted a technology significantly more advanced than what we might imagine. Much of the support for this idea comes from the discovery of dozens of ancient cities submerged beneath the oceans across the entire planet. Surprising cases like that of the Yonaguni structures off the coast of Japan, or the submerged megacity accidentally discovered off the northeast coast of Cuba. See, all these discoveries continue to offer researchers clues to what was once considered merely a geographical mythology. Tales such as those of Atlantis, Mu, of the land of Duel. Every few years, a long sunken discovery lends support for the prehistoric empire hypothesis. You see that? And so right here we have what seems to be like an urban architecture from an impossible time. See that? That's basically Sona right there. That's like underground city in the water. You see that? So, I mean, this is somewhat evidence of like sunken cities in the past. And the Yoganuni, this is the Yoganuni structure. You see that? Those are massive megalithic structures that are underground. And these megalithic structures are in Cuba, they're in Japan, they're under Puerto Rico, and many other places on the planet. So that's some SWOT evidence of like, I don't know, some origin destruction that took place in the past. Just like many civilizations speak about a great worldwide flood that erased the ancient civilizations on the planet times back in during the times immemorial, way back in the day. You know, like I don't know. A recent study published in Science News, December 4, 2010, titled Global Sea Level Rise at the End of the Last Age Interrupted by Rapid Jumps, end quote, better explains that after the end of the last age, from around 17,000 BC through 4,000 BC, sea levels on average rose by 1 meter, which is 3.2 feet per century. However, the study also indicated that this gradual rise of the seas was marked by abrupt jumps of the sea levels at the rate of about 5 meters per century, which is 16.4 feet. More precisely, the study showed that the periods between 13,000 BC and 11,000 BC, as well as between 9,000 BC and 7,000 BC, were characterized characterized by abnormal sea level rise. When studying closer, the abrupt climatic changes during the last 8,000 years, the time between 9,000 BC and 7,000 BC is of particular interest, right? As the glaciers began to melt over thousands of years prior to this period, and the temperatures progressively began to increase with each passing century, thus causing the melting process to accelerate, we can easily presume that these must have been the most active period in sea level rise. More accurately, the absolute worst period must have been the time around 8,000 BC and the quote critical flood cycle that preceded the flooding of the Black Sea, which really marked the end of the violent period. See that? In fact, if past periodic ice ages and floods did not manage previously to add salinity into the fresh waters of the Black Sea, then undoubtedly the last global flood around 8,000 BC must have been the greatest flood of all time. And this is according to the science. Around this period, in addition to all the glacier melt water that heavily flowed into the Atlantic, two enormous glacial lakes in North America burst open. First, Lake Agassiz and later Lake Ojibwe, and began to drain into the northern Atlantic. Lake Agassiz alone, covering an area larger than all the modern Great Lakes combined, which is 440,000 square kilometers. At times, it contained more water than all the lakes in the world today. It is estimated that the outburst flood caused by the collapse of Lake Agassiz alone may have been responsible for sea levels to rise globally by as much 9 feet. The total freshwater outflow from both lakes was so immense that not only quickly raised sea levels worldwide by several feet, but this incident may have ultimately caused the 8.2 kilo year event that followed approximately 8,200 years ago, a mini ice age that lasted up to 4 centuries. See that? So that's the flood right there. Like in scientific terms, that's basically the flood. Oh shit. All right. So lastly, we're gonna dive into a little bit of the Dead Sea Scrolls, because in the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's like a different cosmogony about the flood and the Ark of Noah, and it just and all the stories, bro. The flood, like the flood stories of the Bible, the flood stories of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the flood stories of the Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Scandinavians, the Japanese, the Chinese. Da 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 da. They're all different, but yet similar in many ways, right? The only difference that it varies, is in the changes of names, right? So, according to a reading from a newly digitized fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls, Noah's Ark was something different than what is currently believed, right? You guys follow? Currently believes. All right, and so that's basically what I was trying to show you guys earlier. This is basically like a 3D version rendered to show you guys the structures that were basically hidden away, sunk into the ocean because of the flood. You know, some sort of a cataclysm that took place some 8,000 years ago or so. So that's it right there. You know, the evidence is all over the place, all over the world. You guys can do your own research. I mean, it's you know, it's and you guys find like temples and pillars and statues of like magnificent like statues of different things. So I don't know, man. Just look at all this stuff that's found like in the coast of Egypt. Alexandria is one of the greatest examples right there. You know, one of the greatest examples is like the stuff that you guys find in the coast of Egypt, the Red Sea, I believe, Japan, Puerto Rico, Cuba, even like the Indo Ocean too. You know, because there's like civilizations that were sunk into the Indo Ocean, and then we can dive into like the story of Atlantis. You know, and then we can just dive deep into all that, and we can get lost in all of it. And yeah, it's pretty wild. You see that? These are items. These are statues that are underground. Metropolis sunken underground, bro. Like literally. That's an underground Buddha, right? That's in the sea in Japan, in one of those places. So I'm just kind of like giving you a glimpse of like what's out there, so you guys can like research for yourselves. So that way you guys don't think, oh, you know, I'm making it up, making it up as I go. Look at that, bro. Just look at these cities. Just look how magnificent, glorious, and beautiful architecture that just it's just whoa. Just imagine like these places. Look at that lion. Look at that lion. Look at this place. See, it's all underwater. These are some sort of like artifacts within a temple or whatnot. But you guys know the point. You guys get the point, right? Man, look at this. This is in China. See that? You see that? Just look at that. Just look at the architecture, bro. Just look at the massive megalithic structures that are carved as if with laser. See, that's what would you call these guys? You know, the guys that are underwater. Them. So I mean, you guys get the point. You know, so I can move on to the next point, and then we're gonna call it a night. But thanks for watching. Thanks for being here, and hopefully you guys were able to take something out of it. And again, I always invite people to come in and talk and have an open dialogue, not, you know, not be stubborn. Or when people ask you a question, you answer the question. Whether that person likes the answer or not, that's not up to you. So when the brother came in earlier, like I asked him a question about whether or not he believes the God of the Bible is the true God, he didn't want to answer. You know, so if anybody wants to come in and, you know, speak their piece, you know, I'm open to have a dialogue. Now the word dialogue, the word D means two in the Greek. Like the word mono means one. Mono, di, tri, tetro, hectro, cuatro, you know, hectro, whatever. That's the Greek numbers, right? Well, the word D means two. So when people have a dialogue, that means that you're going back and forth. One speaks, the other one answers, the other one asks, you answer, and you go back and forth. But when you're on a guest in a show and someone asks you a question, you answer the question. And again, whether they like it, the answer or not, that's not up to you. So that's why I basically like I don't dealing with people like that, and we are adults, right? We are adults. You guys have pubic hair in your armpits and stuff, and whatever the lie. You guys have a beard. I'm assuming you guys have a mustache and what's that? You guys pay bills. You guys are adults, right? So when you guys come to a show, like if someone asks you a question, just answer the question to the best of your ability, and continue to get the dialogue going. That's basically it. That's my only rule when I have people on the panel, right? So, but yeah, man. So let me read the what would you call it? I'm gonna read a little bit of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then we're gonna take off. Okay, we're gonna take off. So yeah, so there's like a lot of cities on the ground all throughout the world, basically letting you know that there were civilizations scattered abroad throughout the planet. You know, what I mean? What I mean, what I mean, what I mean. Yeah, man. So, like all this architecture that was lost way back in those times, it's just lost. It doesn't exist anymore. It's just this is why humanity is just trying to catch up. Like with the new technologies that we have, they're just trying to catch up. Like everything, the electricity, digital age, it all goes back to like, this technology. So, but they have to bring it out like slowly for surely so that you guys don't freak out and die of a spasm. Like what the you know, I mean it's like, come on, man. The world that we live in is like a strange world. It's stranger than what we think. Okay, if you guys think the world's strange, well, think about the world 10 times stranger than what it is, because that's what it is. It's just that humanity has been fed a certain what would you call it? A certain piece of the knowledge of the pie, and you guys are not seeing the whole picture, right? And so that's why there's like a lot of questions within like even atheists. This is why atheists don't want to believe in the Bible. For many reasons. Many people don't want to believe in the Bible because of many reasons that we read in the Bible. So many contradictions, so many like demonic commandments of killing, destroying, stealing the land, and killing men and women and elderly and children and suckling. But that's the God of the Bible. See, that's the God of the Bible. I'm saying, like, I have questions. Like, does anybody have answers for me? I have questions that, like, the brothers, the Christians, the Black Hebrew Israelites do not want to answer. But it is what it is. This is why I bring it out. But what is this? Come on. All right, we're gonna read according to the digitized fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Noah's Ark was something different than what is currently believed. The 2,000-year-old text may prove that the ark was the shape of a pyramid. Ooh, 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 ooh. Over 50 years ago, a stone thrown by a Bedouin shepherd into a cave led to what some call the greatest archaeological discovery of the 20th century. The Bedouin heard the stone crack open an earthenware jar. The Bedouin heard the stone crack open an earthenware jar, which is basically like a jar made of clay. Upon investigating, he found the first of what came to be known as the Dead Sea Scrolls. When all the scrolls and fragments were sorted out, they accounted for about 800 manuscripts. About one quarter, or just over 200 manuscripts, are copies of portions of the Hebrew Bible text. Right there. All right, so the two scrolls that we're gonna look into is these two right here. These two scrolls were left in the cave, but later on they were taken out by professionals and stuff. And now, after almost 5 years, a laboratory established by the Israeli Antiquities Authority as part of the Leon Levi Dead Sea Scrolls Digital Library Project has scanned tens of thousands of fragments from the scrolls with a custom-made camera. Each fragment was photographed 28 times at high resolution using different wavelengths of light. The sophisticated technology enabled researchers to read letters and words that were previously illegible. Illegible. Some of the newly digitized fragments offer new interpretations of well-known biblical stories, which is the Bible, which is the story of Noah, which is what we're gonna go into in a minute. So that's the new digitized version of the scrolls that they just newly discovered, and it's gonna like shed more light into the story of the flood and what the ark of the and what the ark of Noah looked like. New fragments deciphered. Haaretz reported that the new reading of the fragments has changed our understanding about Noah's ark. Thanks to the high resolution imagery, a word following the phrase the ark tallness had previously been illegible. However, the new scans show that the correct word is the ne'eshafet, meaning gathered, which according to researcher Dr. Alexei Yuditsky means that the ark's ribs were gathered together at the top in the shape of a pyramid. Dr. Yuditsky said that the Septuagint, a Greek translation of the Bible dating to the 3rd century BC, used a Greek verb with a similar meaning to describe the ark. Moreover, medieval authors like Maimonides suggested that the ark's roof was pointed. See that? The newly deciphered words on the ancient parchments stay hidden for centuries, but are now bringing answers to many long-standing questions as well as raising new ones. Previously, the story of Noah's Ark was known mainly from the book of Genesis. However, the Dead Sea Scrolls found in Qumran cave in the Judean desert shed new light on the story. The Dead Sea Scrolls contain information about many controversial and fascinating topics from the past, the story of Noah and the legendary flood being just one of them. Christos Jonis, guest and author of Ancient Origins, explained in his articles Evidence of the Great Flood, Real or Myth, Part 1 and Part 2, that the story of Noah is not just a biblical account. The story of a great flood sent by gods or gods, according to much earlier testimony to destroy humanity for its sins, is a widespread account shared by many religions and cultures around the world and dates back to our earliest recorded history, from India to ancient Greece, Mesopotamia, and even among North American Indian tribes. There is no shortage of such tales that often enough sound very much alike. See that? But anyway, so that's according to the fragments of the Dead Sea Scrolls. How the Ark of Noah, it was not the way we are, we were taught. And so and that goes with the story of the Sumerians. That goes with the story flood of the various ancient civilizations. It's always different, bro. It's always different. So for people to sit down and say like, oh well, the Bible is accurate, brother, the Bible is the inspired word of God, and they fall backwards, bro, thinking that they have a book that is divine. when the book that they have is just uh, it's just a copy of many plagiarized stories that predate the Bible, the Torah itself for 1,000 years, and then it predates everybody else for 200,000 years. So yeah, it's pretty wild, bro. I don't understand why people continue to follow this ideology when their ideology that they follow is just yeah, it's not real, bro. The real stories are the stories that you guys read in the oral traditions of the ancient civilizations. I mean, however it happened, I mean, who knows? Yeah, so that's kind of like something that I wanted to talk about. Let's see what else we have. Orichalcum. Orichalcum. Hmm. Yeah, and obviously you guys know the story about the ark being found over there in the mountains of Ararat in northwest Turkey, where you have the mountains called the Mesha. Well, the word Mesha, well, in the Hebrew, the word Mesha goes back to like the word of Masha, which is Moses. And so the word Masha in like the mountains of Masha, which are in Turkey, bro. They're like the word Masha means like a great wall when you guys do the breakdown, but it also means like to be drawn out of the water. Why? Because according to the legend, those high walls called the Mesha Mountains or the Mesha Hills or the Mesha whatever, they symbolize where the ark basically landed, and 100 years later, that ark basically was washed away through earthquakes, and landed in a different place. But according to the story of the Gilgamesh story, as a matter of fact, I think I had that we were gonna read the story of Gilgamesh. I don't know if you read it, but let me see. But yeah, let me see. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it out. Oh, history right here. Hmm. All right, so this is what I'm talking about, right? So according to the narrative, right, this is where the ark is at right now. This is the narrative that is out there right now, right? And so the Mesha Hills is this hill right here. That's called the Mesha Hill. Where the Mesha in the Hebrew means is to be drawn out of the water. Supposedly, according to the legend of Gilgamesh, right? Because these mountains right here, the ones that we're talking about right here, the Mesha Mountains right here, they're spoken up in the Sumerian tablets of the Gilgamesh story, which says, because okay, so according to the story of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh was basically a demigod, and so he wasn't immortal. He was a mortal demigod, and so what he was trying to do is basically contact Noah, aka Sudra, according to the Gilgamesh story, and so he does, and basically navigates the seas, and he gets to this point, this place that is unknown, and that's where they found Noah, and Noah is able to instruct him in how to like eat and find a certain plant that is found only in a certain place in the ocean, where you find it and you grab it, you make it into some sort of concoction and whatever, and you eat it, you drink it, and that's how you basically like unlock your genetic composition to like so that your telomeres do not age, so that you're able to live like 100, 200, 500 years. And so that's basically what Gilgamesh was trying to do according to the Gilgamesh story. But in the story of Gilgamesh, he mentions this mountain. which in his time he was saying that that's where the ark basically landed, right? And so that's basically the Mesha Mountains, and the Mesha is where the supposedly the ark landed, and then later on through an earthquake it landed down. It slided down from that top, and it slided down here. And so this is where I begin to see, like, the narrative of the story of the ark being found, supposedly like landing, evidence that Noah's ark landed on a mountain 17 miles south of Ararat, and so that's basically gives you like the facts, and they go into detail and all that stuff. But yeah, so according to the Gilgamesh story, like, because this is Mount Ararat right there, I don't think Noah would have landed on top of that mountain where it was like icy and the conditions to like survive after the flood, like coming out of the ice and all that stuff. It would have been like impossible. Like there was no land for the animals to land and all that stuff. So that's why the more like they say that it makes more sense that the world would have slided during 100-year period during earthquakes, and that's where they find it. But okay, so it's right there. You see that? So that's kind of like a depiction and a drawing. You see that? That's basically the Masha mountain. The Masha means drawn out of water, which is basically how the boat was drowned out of the water. It was drowned out of the water, just like the mountain means Masha, meaning drawn out of the water. And so that's what it means. All right, so let's see. Bro, when you guys get a chance, if you guys have a chance, read the Epic of Gilgamesh. Read the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's gonna like shed more light into the story of the story of the flood, the story of the post-Adamite civilizations, the post-Adamite generations, like Methuselah, Jared, Gilgamesh, and all some other stuff that was happening that you guys don't read in your Bibles. But when you guys get a chance, read it. All right, so I'm gonna give you just a rundown on the Gilgamesh story, right? It says Gilgamesh ruled in summer in the city of Uruk for 127 Earth years, right? 127 Earth years. Now, according to the years and how they basically like how they dictate their lives and how they go about their longevity and all that. A shar, right? A shar is basically, as a matter of fact, let me show you. I'm gonna explain to you what I'm talking about so you guys understand. No. Okay. All right, so all right, so this is I made a post on May the 23rd, 2018, right? And this is basically the Anunnaki, led by the great god Anu and his son Enlil, lowered kingship from heaven. Not only granted mankind the concept of institution, but also chose the king and the city that was to serve as the land's royal capital. The first such royal city was only called Kish or Kush, right? To mark its divinity, granted status, Anu and Enlil, aka Yahweh, established there a pavilion of heaven and its foundation soil for all days to come. Now, in Genesis 10:10, it says, the first centers of his kingdom were Babylon, Uruk, Akkad, Kalne, and Shinar, which is Cush. You see? So that was basically like how the Anunnaki, the Enlilites, basically established the first cities, right? Now, so Ashar is equal to 3,600 years, but for them 300 3,600 years is equal to a year to these guys. You guys understand? So we were reading earlier, right? Earlier we were reading about Gilgamesh, right? So Gilgamesh ruled in summer in the city of Uruk for 127 Earth years. Now, if it's 127 Earth years, how many years will be in the equivalent for their measurement, their time of measurement when it comes to age? Let's see. So if a shar is 3,600 years of earthly years, 127 years will be a lot of years, bro. It will be a lot of years. So I don't know. It could be that they he either rule 127 Earth years, which will be like, I don't know, a quarter of a fraction of a shar, because a shar is 3,600 years, right? 3,600 years, bro. So 127 Earth years will be like a fraction of that. So these guys had longevity. Okay, these guys live super long. Gilgamesh ruled in summer in the city of Uruk 127 Earth years and is the greatest of all kings. As stated in the epic, he was born 2/3 a god and 1/3 human. To understand this epic, it is necessary to examine the legend of Gilgamesh's birth and the principal characters, who they were, and this and the third. Now, in the book of Genesis, you guys read that the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful and comely. They took themselves for wives, and they began to bear children that were mighty men of renown, according to the Greek, the Hebrew, right? They were called the Nephilim or the Nephilim, which means the fallen ones, aka the Anuna, aka the Anunnaki, which means those who fell from heaven. So it's the same thing, like the gods, the Sumerian gods are basically the Sumerian gods of the Bible. It's just that, like, again, the Bible was edited and it wasn't translated properly. That's why there's so much confusion. Let's see. Gilgamesh's mother Ninsun was a goddess, cousin of the god Enlil. Let me see. Yeah, we're almost done. I'm just gonna bring this out and we're gonna call it a night. I know. I just sometimes I said I'm gonna be done and then I'm not. It says Gilgamesh's mother name was Ninsun. She was a goddess, cousin of the god Enlil, the divine ruler on earth, and his father an earthling priest. She came from a planet in outer space and had arrived by space travel as part of the group who had come to Earth to mine minerals and whatnot, and basically terraform this planet. Gilgamesh would have heard all the stories of where his mother came from and all the godly benefits he would receive when he became king, as was his birthright. And this is basically where everything becomes, as like the divine right to rule belongs to the ones that are the sons of the gods. That's basically what it is. The lineages of the kings, right? Certain bloodlines on this planet go back and trace back to the sons of the gods. And so this is why you have like certain tribes, certain what would you call it? Certain monarch kingdoms, where they say themselves like, we have the divine right to rule, because according to them and their story and their tradition, they go back to the sons and the daughters of these gods, going back to these Anunnaki and the admixture between the Anuna and the clones that they created. Gilgamesh's mother creates Enkidu. Now, Enkidu is basically like a chimera. It's half these and half that. To the creation chamber she went, where the first Homo sapiens had been genetically designed. using ovum from the unearthling female and semen from a minor god. A fertilized egg is created using a process similar to modern day in vitro fertilization and is implanted into the surrogate earthling female. See that? Bro, this is science. This is scientific data like recorded in the story of the Sumerians. This is advanced genetic experimentation. Yeah, that's how humanity was created, through genetic experimentation, through vitro fertilization, genetic modern science, medical procedures going back thousands of years ago. That's how humanity was created, bro. And you guys claim that these people that created humans are your gods. The Elohim are your gods. That's what you guys believe. Bro, okay, so like I said, when you guys get a chance, please read the Gilgamesh story because it's gonna give you like a lot of details. It's gonna breach the gap of what you guys read in the Bible. A lot of stories that you guys read in the Bible are incomplete. They're completely just highly revised, bro. It's just sad, and so this is where like we're trying to correct that whole idea about the Bible and the God, which is nothing what you guys think it is. um, So yeah, so basically, like when you guys read the story of Gilgamesh, it's gonna tell you about time travel. It's gonna teach you about portals, like stargates and stuff, and just a bunch of the stuff that it just sounds too technological, sci-fi, fake, whatever. You know, it just sounds too sciencey to like even to be even considered truth. But the truth of the matter is that like a lot of these civilizations were like as highly as advanced as we are, or even more so than we are right now, right? I mean, just look at the story of like how they were creating like vitro fertilization, genome manipulation, genome editing, and whatnot. Just imagine, like they were creating like half beast of this and that, right? They were called chimeras, and these are like beings, creatures that existed during the times of the mythologies and legends. These are legends, bro. And so legends became mythos from like, and mythos and legends come from facts. Like at one point during the history of humanity, they were able to see these creatures. Yeah, they were able to see these creatures. They were able to experience what they experienced and see it and write it down. And so that's what they saw. And so that this is where we see that the Bible is just a plagiarized story of much ancient evidence. Well, but yeah, Gilgamesh, bro, goes and visits Noah out into a different dimension somewhere out there in a place that is really unknown, and he talks to him and stuff. So this story about the flood, like I said, it's just a story of many other stories. It's not like it's not like what we're being told. Yeah, and so that brings us to like the story of Atlantis, right? Story of Atlantis is another one that that can be connected with the flood, right? Because according to the Sumerian stories, after the flood. The gods basically separated themselves, and then they began to like pose put they began to put their own priests and their own kings in their respective lands all throughout the planet. That's why you have in the Hindu mythology, they have their own mythology, they have their own names of the gods, they have their own people that belong to those gods. Then you have the Norse people, they have their gods, they have their own mythology and their own creation story. They have their own story of the flood, the story of the giants. They have all that, and that's the people. That's their people. Though the European blonde looking Vikings. That's their people, right? You have the Egyptians. The same thing. You have the Egyptian gods that are ethnically related to their people. That's why in the book of Genesis, I strongly believe in the book of Genesis when it talks about let us create men in our image after our likeness. That's basically more than one God, but each of those gods created their own creation, their own creation, their own Adam according to their likeness. Like the Hindu people have their Adam according to their likeness of their gods. The story, the creation of Adam according to the creation story of the Celtics, of the Europeans and stuff, their Adam is not going to look the same as the Adam of the other civilizations. So I believe that like every of those gods from the Council of Creation in the book of Genesis, when they said, "Let us create men in our image after our likeness," each of those gods, which by the way, according to the Gnostic, there's 7 gods that rule this planet, right? There's 7 continents, there's 7 gods. So each of those gods created their own creation according to their likeness, right? So that's what I'm saying, that the God of the Muslims cannot be the same God of the entire world. The God of the Israelites cannot be the same God of the entire world. The God of the Japanese is not the same God as everybody else. The God of the Hindu people is not the same God as the God of everybody else. So each of the tribes of the people, they have their own gods, right? And so to go against their culture and whatnot is considered to be a traitor. You consider to be a traitor. And so this is why the gods get jealous, because like one civilization, let's say a Hindu, crosses over to Christianity. What does Christianity have to do with Hinduism? Nothing at all, right? And you have like the Hebrews crossing over to like being like Methodists and or like you have Christians crossing over to like become like Buddhist and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's so much confusion, and so the gods have like basically divided the world into tribalism, right? My tribe is the chosen one, but you're not. You're second class citizen and stuff. And so this is where basically like you find the world today. This is where we are right now. And so the flood was just like another attempt to erase the ancient civilizations of the past that were more advanced than we are right now. So the time is 360 BC, the dawn of Western civilization. Athens, the cradle of democracy, is the epicenter of the ancient world. In his dialogues of Timaeus and Critias, Plato introduces a tale of an advanced prehistoric civilization, which since has captivated the imagination of every generation that followed. Atlantis, according to Plato, was ultimately lost to the sea. Its memory, though, was not soon forgotten. Why? Because a lot of people talk about Atlantis. I mean, look at the movies that they've done. They've done beautiful movies about just kind of giving you a glimpse of what could have been, in times immemorial. Um, Aquaman, right? So Aquaman, right? So Aquaman trailer. I'm gonna show you like the Aquaman trailer, right? Because it shows you in these movies, bro. It shows you like these cities, gives you a glimpse.
Unite our worlds one day.
A son of the land and a son of the
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man.
Mother always knew you were special.
You are part of something deeper. You are the bridge between land and sea. Take your rightful place as king.
Yo, how come we only see the cuneiform script in one area when you have all these other ancient civilizations, if it is the oldest language? It is the oldest language, as a matter of fact. I mean, we can talk about the African tribes, like the what would you call it, the Goldan, oh man, I forgot. Goldan tribe, or the Goldan tribe, where they talk about the reptilians, or the gods that came from the star of Sirius, the beast star that came from the, what you call it, the constellation of Nimrod, the constellation of Orion. There's a constellation called the Sirius constellation, which is the brightest star within that constellation. Well, according to this tribe, the Gobo tribe, or the Nogo tribe, or Mogo tribe, I forgot. Well, that tribe, the African tribe, they basically speak about these beings predating everybody else for thousands of years. Even when the telescope wasn't even invented, these guys knew about the star of Sirius and stuff. But as far as the language, man, I believe Sumerians are the oldest ones. Is the oldest is the oldest recorded records. As a matter of fact, I mean, we can talk about Globeki Tepe, which predates, which goes back to 12,000 years. But so far, there's like no written language found there. It's just like a pictographic, I don't know, pictographic language so far. But as far as the cuneiform writing system, that's basically like it's found within the cradle of civilization, predating every civilization on the planet. And so we know that later on, because of the propagation of information, of the Sumerian routes, and the spreading of the gods, they basically created their own language. But all the languages go back to one, the root of it all. That's why when you guys read Akkadian language, you guys read Assyrian language or Assyrian dialect, or at least you guys attempt to read it. I don't read it, but I can kind of read a little bit here and there. I'm not really an expert, but I can read it. And so it basically sounds similar to like the Paleo Hebrew, like the Proto Hebrew. It's basically the same thing, like the same phonetic sounds. Like when you talk about the vowel system, it's still there. It's just that it's not used within the system. That's why the vowels had to be created later on. But I don't know, man. Do you have any argument that you can bring? I don't know. Yeah. So again, and they put this knowledge in the movies. When talking about the Atlantis and all that stuff. Okay.
Resistance. Show off. I could have just peed on it.
In this trident resides the power of Atlantis. If you seek my power, journey beyond the edge of the world to the hidden sea. In the wrong hands, it would bring destruction. But in the hands of the true heir, it would unite all our kingdoms, above and below. Wait.
What?
Should we have written it down first?
I memorized it.
Anyway, so I'm just kind of like giving you a glimpse of how they put these things in the movies and how they basically continue to keep the remembrance of the land of Atlantis that existed, I don't know, 12,000 years ago, 13,000 years ago, right? For 2 millennia, people unsuccessfully kept on searching for the legendary island, making Atlantis one of the most lasting and fascinating stories of all time, right? The truth is, no one until now was able to introduce a site that perfectly matched Plato's description. Instead, we have theories upon theories on the whereabouts of Atlantis. See that? So much confusion and whatnot. For example, you have the original Santorini hypothesis. For example, unquestionably, the island of Santorini, its volcanic eruption, and the advanced Minoan civilization was the best we had on Atlantis until recently. You guys remember that? Like back in the day when I was like researching about Atlantis, the Minoan civilization and the Santorini island was basically the one that was like, that was the prospect back in the day because of the many things and the artifacts that were found there and among other stuff. So a lot of scholars were like hypothesizing that, oh yeah, well, the Santorini island, could be the Atlantis that we're looking for. This was never a flawless hypothesis, though. Always a big problem with the theory was the fact that Plato's given chronology of 9,600 BC had to be discarded as Athens and most story details did not belong in that period. See that? There's another bigger problem with that theory, though. While Santorini itself undeniably matches the site where the crown city of Atlantis once stood, right? Talking about the concentric rings of the earth and the water. You guys remember that? I think there's like 3 rings of soil and 2 of water, and the middle was basically like the capital. So that's what it's talking about. It says the problem is Santorini alone never matched Plato's entire description. The primary island of Atlantis, one Plato said was to be 9 kilometers away, is missing from the particular setting of 1600 BC. These major flaws allow for critics to raise doubts on that hypothesis and to continue to question the validity of Plato's story. Serious research on Atlantis was never simple. Science fiction authors, movies, and other creative works of popular culture eventually capitalized on the story's popularity, and contrary to Plato's account, over time they turned Atlantis into an ultra-modern society with flying machines and technology far beyond our own, which is what we saw just now. All right. The recent study, let's see, where are we? Nonetheless, eventually every search comes to an end. Recently, a 4-year study that included a thorough analysis of Plato's work established that serious errors by early translators allowed for the mixed messages in the translated documents. Ooh, we get into the good parts. All right. The recent study not only decisively placed Atlantis in the Mediterranean Sea, but it concluded with the discovery of identification of a submerged prehistoric island that in every way matches Plato's Atlantis. While in the past finding Atlantis was thought to be more difficult than winning the lottery, now there is a tangible site where all the physical characteristics of the given description match. The topography, the given chronology, the volcanic geology, the flora and the fauna in that period, the island's destruction by a great flood, the presence of an unknown prehistoric civilization in the area, and DNA evidence all point to a genuine discovery. More specifically, the study shows that around 9,600 BC, when according to Plato's Atlantis was above water, the modern Cyclades Islands were connected by the Cyclades Plateau, a flat terrain now 400 feet below sea level. You see that? That formed the body of a huge island. When this prehistoric island is compared to Plato's Atlantis, it immediately becomes evident that this must have been the land Plato was talking about. Okay, its northern region was comprised of mountains that reached the shores. Below the mountainous region, there was an oblong valley measuring 555 kilometers square. Below the oblong valley, there was a smaller valley, 2/3 the size of the oblong valley that measured 370 kilometers per square. This was the primary island. 9 kilometers away from the primary island, and precisely as Plato depicted, lies the island of Santorini, a circular island with a flooded core and a small island in its center, which is Santorini, an island within an island setting. A sea volcano with a collapsed center. Prior to the volcanic eruption of 1600 BC, had a single opening on its outer ring that allows ships to enter its water caldera. See that? So it's not far-fetched. Mike is saying that those African tribes worship spirits. I believe that's where they come from. So that's your belief. Is there anything else that you want to substantiate on your comment? And that's like an actual ignorant statement, brother, because language not only comes in a in a language that not only comes in a scriptural form, right? Language can be um, musical. Language could be mathematical. Language can be in the form of art. Language can be in the form of glyphs. Language can be in the form of hieroglyphics. Language can be in the form of petroglyphs. Now, the word petro means stone, and the glyphs means drawings or whatever idea. So ideas written in stone. So just because like a language doesn't look like the regular language that people are aware of, doesn't mean that it's not a language, because a language comes in many forms. Yeah, that's I think that's I don't know how I feel about that, because the canonized they didn't exist. They weren't called canonized during the times of the pre-flood era. All right. The consequence in finding Atlantis around 9,600 BC leaves no doubt that Plato based his story on a real setting and a prehistoric civilization known to ancient Greeks, which, in order to successfully communicate some of his philosophical ideas, divine versus men, ideal societies versus corrupt, he filled with familiar matter from later times, including details from the Minoan era, of which he was more familiar with. The existence of matching site at around 9,600 BC, in essence, proves that Plato did exactly what Homer did, what Troy 400 years before him. Parentheses. Homer's Iliad was an entirely fictional story that revolved around a real setting and a historical incident that took place 600 years prior, before Homer himself. You guys see that? So the story of Atlantis keeps going back to at least 5,000 years prior to all these guys. All right, we're almost done. The super island of the Cyclades Plateau, Plato's Atlantis, was drowned by the sea at around 8,000 BC. During the rapid rise of the Mediterranean and just prior to the flooding of the Black Sea, you guys can see the study that UNESCO did in 2009, right? I think I spoke earlier about that. Incidentally, around this time, Lake Agassiz, a gigantic glacial lake in North America, also burst open and began to drain into the Atlantic. It is worth noting that the Lake Agassiz covered an area larger than all the Great Lakes combined, which is 440,000 kilometers squared. And at times, it contained more fresh water than all the lakes in the world today. The total freshwater outflow from this lake alone was so immense, scientists believe it raised the oceans worldwide by as much as 9 feet and further produced the 8.2 kilo year event that followed a mini ice age that lasted 400 years. this global cataclysm at the end of the last age, which ultimately raised the sea levels by 400 feet, not only erased our early history, but this could also be the event we all inadvertently refer to as the Great Flood, right? Because we know even in the Bible says that the great depths of the great depths of the sea burst open, right, and began to like pour in sweet waters into the entire place. So, I mean, who knows? Who knows? We will never know. I don't know. Yeah, man. What do you guys think? I'm gonna share the link just in case anybody wants to come in and you guys want to counter attack what I'm bringing out, or you guys want to like you guys have a different opinion. I'd like to hear you guys out. Yeah, but even so, like the seed of Canaan, like who do they descend from according to your ideology? Like who do you think the Canaanites? These are the Canaanites, right? The Canaanite tribes. Well, the question is who did they belong to? According to your understanding, right? I can give you my understanding where the Canaanites come from, right? And I can show you. But what do you guys believe, right? Yeah, I'm not confusing the two, bro. Yeah, the Canaanites, right? I'm not saying the Canaanites. I'm saying the Canaanites. So, which is a spell like this, right? Watch this. Yeah, you spell like that. That's the Canaanites, not the Canaanites. This is the Canaanites. These are the descendants of Cain. They're a tribes. They're a group of tribesmen, or a group of people, tribesmen, right? So my question is, because you're saying that these Cainites, right, the sons of Cain or Cain himself, you're saying that he's the one that deceived what? I don't know. What are you saying? No, I'm not. I don't understand where you're coming from, brother. I don't know why you brought that out. So, yeah, I have a complete different understanding when it comes to Cain and Abel, right? You guys think that Cain and Abel came from came from one source. Well, I mean, you guys that think Cain and Abel are they come from the same father, which is not the case. That's what the Bible says, but according to the ancient manuscripts of the Sumerians, it paints you a completely different story of who Cain is, who is the father of Cain, right? It gives you a different story, right? And then from there on, you guys can see like the enmity between the sons of Cain and the sons of Abel, right? Because when you guys read the story, even like the offering that Abel came and brought to the gods, to the Elohim, was completely different than the offering that Cain brought to the gods. You know what I'm saying? It was completely different. One brought meat, and the other one brought veggies. Veggies, vegetables for an offering, not animal sacrifice like Cain did. You know what I'm saying? So Cain comes from someone else. So my question is like, what do you guys subscribe to? Because your Bible tells you that Cain comes from someone else. Everybody knows the story. But yeah, man. So anyways, we're gonna take off, man. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys were able to follow. I don't know. I think I was pretty clear. I think you guys understood and followed the thread of information, and some of the stories that I brought out, and you guys can research for yourself and go even further than I brought out, and you guys make your own conclusions at the end of the day. I'm not here to impose my beliefs on you guys. I'm just sharing what I come across. I'm sharing like some of the things I believe. And I always ask if you guys have any further questions about what I believe, you guys can always click that link and talk to me about it, and we can have a dialogue. We can have a go back and forth and see where you're coming from, and I'll let you see where I'm coming from, and then we'll take it from there, right? But anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. You guys have a great night. We'll see you on the next one. Hopefully I'm able to be on the next one, because I'm gonna be a little busy this winter and stuff. I'm gonna focus on some things that you guys I'll let you guys know later on. But those who have followed our channel, thanks for watching, thanks for subscribing. Give us a like, drop a comment on the comment section. If you guys again, if you guys want to debate me, you guys want to talk to me, you guys want to have a dialogue with me, the link is always right there. Other than that, I'll see you guys on the next one. You guys have a great night. All right, peace out.
Elon Musk officially buys Twitter for $44 billion. The Tesla CEO has formed a deal with Twitter to acquire the social media company for $54.20 per share, about $44 billion, the organization announced on April 25th. The deal is expected to close this year. As a result, Twitter will become a privately held company. Following the news, Musk says in a press release, free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated. I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product with new features, making the algorithms open source to increase trust, defeating the spam bots, and authenticating all humans. Twitter has tremendous potential. I look forward to working with the company and the community of users to unlock it. The buy comes less than 2 weeks after Musk offered to purchase Twitter for $54.20 per share. A week later, it was revealed in another filing that Musk had secured approximately $46.5 billion in funding.
Anyways, the whole point is that Elon Musk is gonna, hopefully he's able to, I don't know, man. Oof. Yeah, it's a big responsibility to have that much power in your hands, speech. So hopefully he's able to free some of the weird rules and regulations about what you cannot say, what you're allowed to say, and what you are not allowed to say. Because, man, at the end of the day, like, everybody's getting tired of not being able to speak the truth, and trying to like walk on shells, because if you say the wrong thing, you get blocked and you get canceled, you get whatever, you guys know. And so I'm glad Elon Musk bought it, and hopefully he's able to unblock a lot of people that were not supposed to be blocked. But other than that, man, check us out on TikTok. We're on the Ancient Watchmen. We also have we just launched our store. You guys can check it out right there. Yeah. So other than that, man, we'll see you guys around. You guys have a great night. Peace out. Thanks for watching. For those who came on the show, man, thanks for coming on the show. Everybody else, Mike and Joe Bisakar, and the people that came on the show, and the brother that I kicked out because he was being disingenuous and not honest with his answers. He was trying to deflect and run away from a simple question that I asked him. I asked him, is the God of the Bible the true God? He couldn't answer. He began to go on a different thing and go on a tangent, off on a tangent, and then began to try to distract the subject matter by talking about me and all this sort of stuff. But other than that, you guys have a great night.